Please be seated. Before we move to member statements, I want to draw to the House's attention my concern about the Assembly not routinely being given an appropriate opportunity to give or withhold legislative consent. The Westminster Parliament will not normally legislate with regard to devolved issues unless it is the consent of the relevant devolved legislature. Therefore, if an executive minister wishes to seek the consent of the Assembly for Parliament to do so, they should, in line with our standing orders, lay a legislative consent motion and table a legislative consent motion. In November last year, I wrote to the First and Deputy First Minister, copying in all ministers in relation to scrutiny of legislation. I used this opportunity to reinforce the importance of ministers engaging with the Assembly in a timely manner when seeking legislative consent. I specifically drew attention to the relevant requirements of the standing orders and reminded ministers that late notification to the Assembly risks compromising the ability of the Assembly and its committees to carry out effective scrutiny of bills that require legislative consent. In that letter in November, I drew attention to 6 bills having been introduced at Westminster, which the Government had accepted to engage legislative consent for Northern Ireland. One of these 6 bills was Data Use and Access Bill. I'm extremely concerned to have been advised by the Committee for Finance that the requirements of our standing orders had not been met in respect of that bill. The bill had been introduced in Parliament in October 2024, yet it was only within the last 2 weeks that a legislative consent memorandum has been laid. The timing meant that it was too late for the Committee for Finance to undertake its scrutiny or for the Assembly to have any meaningful opportunity to decide whether to give its consent. This simply is unacceptable. I understand that there may be challenges for departments arising from the UK Government not engaging with them on relevant bills in a manner which facilitates early engagement with the Assembly. It is for the Executive to raise those issues with the UK Government. However, regardless of these challenges, our ministers on some occasions are still not engaging with the Assembly in a timely manner. If a minister wants the Assembly to give its consent, that minister should ensure the legislative consent motion is tabled and moved in good time to allow the Assembly to carry out its role. Any legislative consent motion needs to be debated prior to the bill's relevant final amending stage at Westminster, in case the Government needs to table amendments. This is the relevant deadline for seeking consent, not royal consent. I know the Committee for Finance will be pursuing the specific issue of the Data Use and Access Bill, but I will be writing to the Executive again to remind ministers of their duty in relation to legislative consent. For today, I want to underline that the Assembly has a crucial role in carrying out scrutiny, and it's core responsibility of ministers to ensure that the business is brought before the Assembly in a timely manner to allow members to carry out their role. We now move to a point of order, Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the fact that you have made this announcement today. This is an extremely serious matter the Committee for Finance has been looking at. It's a frankly shambolic situation. I was just wondering whether your office, either today or subsequently, could confirm whether this is the first time that the Assembly has failed to be given the opportunity to give legislative consent when we have been sitting, but also whether there is some mechanism of the Assembly writing to the UK Government to make clear to them that we have had no opportunity to give or withhold legislative consent for this bill.
Well, we'll happily take a look at that, Mr. O'Toole. Needless to say, it's a very significant matter when a piece of legislation which affects here will travel through Westminster without having any guidance from here as to its impact, and therefore it is for each minister to ensure that that doesn't happen again, and I trust that it won't. I move to member statements, and I call Patsy in.
This morning I want to commend those activists who sailed on the ship, the Madeleine, which was sailing to bring aid to Gaza. And that aid consisted mostly of baby food and rice. Everyone here will be aware of the blockade that Israel has imposed on the Gaza Strip for a number of months now. Everybody will be aware that the Israeli government is using starvation as a weapon of war. And we have seen horrific footage of starving children, of malnourished children who are suffering as a result of this. The ship, the Madeleine, was commandeered in the early hours of this morning in an act of piracy by the Israeli Navy, and they have forcibly abducted the crew from that ship. And among that crew are Greta Thunberg, the well-known environmentalist, and Liam Cunningham, an actor from here in Ireland. And I suppose we can count our blessings that no one was hurt or injured, that we are aware of so far, because we know that when another ship sailed from Malta in May, it was hit by 2 Israeli drones. And we're also cognizant of the fact that in 2010, the Israelis attacked another ship, the Mavi Marmara, and killed 10 people on board that ship as well. I also want to commend those people who took part in the Great March for Gaza between Lurgan and Omeath yesterday. There were thousands of people who participated in that, and it was 25 miles long. That's the length of the Gaza Strip. And they were harassed along the way by a small number of pro-Israeli protesters. And I have to say, I mean, the media has done a very bad job in how they represented the arrest of 4 people, because the 4 people arrested were pro-Israeli protesters, whereas the media gave the impression that it was people from the pro-Palestinian group. And I also want to commend Queen's University for following the lead of Trinity University in Dublin, Trinity College Dublin, in ending all their ties with Israel. Despite what Arlene Foster has said, this is a progressive step. This is a welcome step. And let's hope that other universities and institutions take the lead from them and cut all ties with this rogue state that is involved in the genocide of the Israeli people, of starving men, women and children, using starvation as a weapon
Members'
of war.
time is up.
Paul Fruit. The majority of my time here in the Assembly since 2010, I have worked incredibly hard with government departments and with outside bodies and charities to modernise legislation to protect women and girls. I sit on the APG for domestic and sexual violence and have done for a considerable time, being chair for a period of time, and I have changed and amended legislation, not least the domestic violence and the stalking legislation pieces that came before us in the last term. I've even brought in the Child Protection Disclosure Scheme that I brought in, which allows parents to apply for disclosure on anyone acting suspiciously around their children. We have made great advances, yet every week we are confronted with crimes that show we have much more to do. I have constantly warned government departments that more must be done to support women and girls, to protect them, and yet we see government and enforcement agency continuing to fail our people. The police will not promote the Child Protection Disclosure Scheme. They do not make our people aware of that scheme, and councils and housing executive and other government departments have not got to grips with problem tenants and HMOs. The Westminster government have failed us all with its abject failure to secure our borders and to keep us safe. And there is absolutely no sign of them reversing the situation and fixing the problems around immigration, indeed illegal immigration. Only a matter of weeks ago, I warned in this House that people living in my constituency of North Antrim, and particularly in Ballymena, were living in fear. Since then, Mr. Speaker, there have been 2 serious sexual assaults on 2 teenage girls in broad daylight with what could be multiple perpetrators. Police investigations and legal proceedings are ongoing, so I refuse to comment further on these live cases, lest the cases are damaged or compromised. But this has sent shockwaves through Ballymena and further afield. And given the level of concern and contact that I have received from all quarters of society, I really worry for my hometown and the residents who live there. We need to see justice done for those heinous, despicable crimes of sexual assault when they happen. We need to see women and girls or children or grandchildren protected from people who seek to do them harm and to hurt them. It is time for effective government action, with all government arms and agencies working together. It is time for justice. It is time our women and girls could walk our local streets in safety. And it is time that government departments acted to prevent such heinous crimes. That is what our people call for, that is what our people require, and it's about time government protected our people.
Yeah. Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to express concern about the current capacity of the Education Minister's School Uniforms Guidelines and Allowances Bill to deliver for parents. Statutory guidance, which will dictate what schools are to comply with when this bill passes, has still not been published by the Department or shared with the Committee. And at the Committee sitting last week, departmental officials were not available to appear before the Committee to answer any questions as the bill progresses through that stage. I think we're all clear in this chamber that the bill needs to deliver lower costs for parents and carers and fairness and equality for children and young people. The bill will place guidance for schools on a statutory footing, and this will be fundamental to what schools will be required to do around branded items, affordability and reasonable adjustments. So to not have those guidelines available, even in draft form, means that scrutiny has been very limited. And we didn't support reducing the scrutiny period as the DUP, Sinn Féin and other parties did, as we believed that we did need sufficient time to actually work through and take the time to reflect how this bill will deliver. But in the context we're in, we now need the Department to come forward with that guidance urgently. And having taken evidence from young people, from families, from trade unions and other organisations, we remain concerned as a party that this bill as introduced may not deliver. The major interventions that are required around limiting branded items or potentially capping costs remain enabling powers only, and with none of the consultation work delivered by the Department leading up to the introduction of the bill to help us understand how these measures could potentially operate has left the Committee in a very difficult position to try and effectively amend the bill. The fact that the officials were not made available to answer questions on the legislation at this week's committee is concerning. The Minister, or last week's committee, I apologise. The Minister had assured us that officials would be made available and he would ensure that would happen throughout our deliberations, but at a key stage of the process they were absent. So in the continued absence of seeing the guidance, the Minister really needs to be clear at this stage now on the fundamental aspects of this bill. Are the guidelines going to limit branded items? Are the guidelines going to specifically address the rising costs of PE kits? And are the guidelines going to address the quality considerations such as girls being permitted to wear trousers? Alliance will be doing all that we can to amend this bill to ensure it does deliver as far as possible, but the responsibility for its content and how it has been introduced ultimately lies with the Minister. I am concerned that we seem to be in a scenario where we're tinkering with change but stopping short of anything more substantive. So really, the sooner that we get sight of these guidelines, which we have been promised, that will really clarify what the intended scope of change will be, the sooner we can understand what difference this will really make for parents and what the committee and us as members in this place can do to improve that legislation.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to pass on my thanks and bring to the attention of this House a service of remembrance which was held yesterday in St John's Church of Ireland in Moneymore, and it was called Life Beyond. I think it's the third such event of that ecumenical service. It is run by Rural Support and Embrace Farm, and the purpose of the service is to remember those farmers who have died by accident whilst farming, and those affected by mental health, and unfortunately deaths by suicide, again on farms. When I took over the chair 6 months ago for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr. Speaker, I was excited about something that is so fundamentally important to everyone across Northern Ireland. We rightly hold up our farmers and our agri as some of the best in the world. We produce some of the best food in the world. We eat it, we export it, but we don't shout about it enough. But what I didn't know is that the cost that it comes to in terms of that physical and mental toll on farmers. And over this last 6 months it's become evident to me that there is much, much more work that we need to do. I come at this from the background of being, and at many speeches I've said, I was in the fire service, you all know that. Fire service, everybody understands to be a very dangerous job. A very dangerous job where people rightly hold you up, but steps have been taken over decades to improve the safety for firefighters. Similarly, the prison service, the police service, anywhere where there's a calculable risk, government takes action to protect the lives of those people who serve. I contend today, Mr. Speaker, that we undervalue our farmers and their families. Many families sat in that service yesterday, having lost a loved one, whether that was through an accident on the farm or whether that was through suicide. But yet every day of their lives, they work to provide the food that we need, not only to survive, but in this country that is so important to our economy, upholding rural communities and providing the back to carry many of those rural towns on. So I just want to pay tribute to those families across Northern Ireland, across this island, across these islands, who have been affected by death on a farm, whilst people serve us every day to give us the best that they can, often unrecognised, but also to offer a challenge locally here that we can and must do better to protect their lives. We must take action, and it must be more than words. We must embrace our farmers in a way that shows that we value them and that we are going to protect them. Thank you.
Mark Durgan.
I rise today not just as a public representative, but as a father, as a son, as a human being, horrified and terrifying at what's unfolding in front of our eyes, who cannot and will not remain silent in the face of such injustice and inhumanity. The overnight Israeli interception of the Freedom Flotilla, a convoy of medics, aid workers and peaceful advocates, is not only unlawful in anyone's book, it's a moral outrage. These are unarmed civilians acting in accordance with international law, attempting to reach a besieged and starving population in Gaza, and for this they have been detained, threatened and silenced. But let's be clear, this flotilla carries more than much needed aid. It carries solidarity. It carries the moral weight of the millions of people who won't look away. It carries the message that the people of Gaza are not alone. It carries hope. Among those on board was a face we all recognise, Greta Thunberg, a young woman who has become a symbol of moral clarity. But let's not forget the other heroes on board, those without fame and platform, ordinary people showing extraordinary courage and compassion, offering a lifeline to those in unimaginable desperation and despair. And Gaza is dying. Hospitals turned into rubble. Ambulances shelled. Children pulled lifeless from the ruins of homes that once echoed with laughter. A people being starved. This isn't self-defence. This isn't war. This is collective punishment. This is the slaughter of the innocent. The world is watching, and when the world watches and we do nothing, we're not neutral, we're complicit. Desmond Tutu famously said, "If you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have chosen the side of the oppressor." It is outrageous that some here and elsewhere have chosen that side, not even through silence, but through statements of support and attempted justification. I urge this executive and governments around the world, all who value justice, all who value life, to condemn these actions unequivocally, condemn the illegal interception of the Freedom Flotilla, demand the release of those detained, support an independent investigation into the atrocities in Gaza, and demand intervention and an immediate end to violence. History will remember not just what was done, but who stayed silent. Let's not be among them.
I want to acknowledge a significant achievement in the South, which now holds the highest educational attainment rate anywhere in the world. According to CBRE's research in the Global Tech Talent Book of 2025, over 52% of the population in the South now hold a bachelor's degree or higher. This is a remarkable achievement, and it reflects a sustained commitment to education right across Ireland. It's testament to the value placed on learning by families, by communities and by educators across the South. In the North, we also have a fantastic and a world-leading education system. I'm proud to have been a teacher here and to come from a family of teachers and of educators. And we know that our schools, our colleges and our universities punch well above their weight. We need to be encouraging lifelong learning and more students to stay in education and to continue their educational journey throughout their lifetime. The Department for Economy have done significant work in this space to encourage more courses, greater student support to those in full-time employment and with childcare responsibilities as well as caring responsibilities to stop them being locked out of academic opportunities and career progression. Fundamentally, we must ensure that equitable opportunities for higher education attainment are accessible to those who wish to pursue them, whether in the North or in the South. Far too often, young people in the North face barriers to accessing higher education, not because of lack of ability or ambition, but due to gaps in career service, complex and confusing application systems, and a lack of alignment between key processes. The differences between the CAO and the UCAS application systems, particularly the misalignment of results release dates, place an unnecessary stress on and a disadvantage for students navigating All-Ireland educational opportunities. We must work together to remove these barriers. That means improving careers guidance in our schools, ensuring that it is timely, independent and comprehensive, and pushing for a more joined-up approach for higher education applications right across Ireland. Aligning the CAO and UCAS results dates would be an important enabler in this direction. In conclusion, we can recognise and applaud the South's achievement, but let it also serve as a call to action in the North. We must strive to ensure that our people, regardless of background or geography, can access the education they aspire to right across Ireland. Let us match that ambition with action.
David Brooks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is Batten Disease Awareness Day, a day that carries great meaning for families around the world and around 100 to 150 here in the UK, a community that refuses to give up hope. Batten disease is a rare inherited disorder of the nervous system that typically begins in childhood. It is progressive and at this time has no known cure. Children with Batten disease may experience seizures, vision loss, difficulties with movement, and a decline in cognitive function. And as the disease progresses, it steals the abilities most of us take for granted. But Batten disease doesn't just affect the child, it reshapes the lives of parents, siblings, caregivers, and the networks and communities around them. It challenges them to find the strength, courage, and resilience in the face of unimaginable hardship. Some in this House will know one set of those parents. My friend and former colleague, George Dorian, and his wife Lauren. Their beautiful daughter Edie, who is 4 years old, has the condition. They have been inspirational in how they have and are facing this unimaginable circumstance for their daughter. George told me recently that Edie is thankfully at this time too young to be aware of the seriousness of the condition. She is a happy child who, like any other, enjoys few things more than watching her cartoons, and the family's aim is to ensure that she enjoys every day and that they don't waste a single day spent as a family with her. If anyone wants to see a great picture of Edie, see me afterwards, as Lauren once sent me a photo of their little girl dressed in a beautiful pink Linfield t-shirt, something that made her Glentoran diehard father George almost crash the car when told of it. But today is about raising awareness, because awareness fuels research, awareness brings resources, awareness helps families feel seen and supported and less alone. More importantly, awareness drives action. From funding for scientific breakthroughs to better access for care and support, we celebrate those children and families who face Batten disease with unbelievable strength. Your stories matter, your voices are powerful, and they are being heard. It is also a day for us to let those families know they are not alone. And those of us who know George, Lauren, Colin and Edie want them to know that we are here for them too. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Shamma Holland.
Mr. Speaker, yet another morning and I wake up to yet another humanitarian disaster unfolding in Gaza. The Madeleine is a civilian vessel with 12 unarmed individuals carrying essential humanitarian aid for those in desperate need with the eyes of the world upon it. And yet, instead of just facing the dangers of the open sea, overnight they experienced the deeply troubling jamming of its communications and the despicable act of interception of their vessel and the unlawful detaining of activists on board. This was not a military operation, it was a humanitarian mission, one grounded in compassion and international law. The International Court of Justice has issued binding orders requiring unimpeded humanitarian access to Gaza. Standing by while aid is blocked or stolen or used as leverage is not neutrality, it is complicity, and I call on the Prime Minister to uphold the UK's responsibility to defend its citizens and vessels under international law, given the Madeleine is a UK flagged vessel. The people aboard the Madeleine were acting where too many governments have failed, attempting to deliver hope and assistance to those most vulnerable, and to threaten them is to threaten the idea that humanity must always come before politics. Also today I want to speak about the unimaginable pain being endured by one local family amidst this crisis. In Gaza today, nowhere is safe. More than 54,000 people, overwhelmingly civilians, have been killed since October 23. Médecins Sans Frontières reports that Nasser Hospital is being overrun with gunshot and shrapnel wounds, their blood bank nearly empty, with staff donating their own blood to save lives. Families are collecting bodies on donkey carts because ambulances cannot access areas under fire. And that's why I want to speak about Omar and Dalal, two valued constituents and friends of my colleague Kate Nicholl. They are well-known members of their community in South Belfast. Omar is a respected oncologist in Belfast City Hospital. On the 4th of December, they received the unenviable news that they had been dreading. 19 members of their family in Gaza had been killed in an Israeli airstrike. They had fled their homes 9 times, only to die in tents, burned alive. 3 weeks ago, Omar's cousin and 2 children were killed. Last week, another cousin killed in an Israeli airstrike. And just yesterday, Omar's wife's cousin was killed in the south of Khan Yunis when Israeli soldiers apparently opened fire on civilians who were trying to collect food. And still, immediate family trapped in Gaza, including children as young as 2, are in danger. Their lives in danger every split second. So I say this plainly, we have to respect humanity and international law, and we have to stand up for it. And I call on our government, on the Irish government, and all who have influence to act. The people of Gaza need urgent humanitarian protection from genocidal acts, such as the limitation of access to food. Omar's family needs a path to safety. Humanity must come first, and the death of humanity must not be seen as inevitable, as tragically was the death of Omar's family in Gaza. Thank you.
Philip McGuigan.
Today marks the beginning of Cystic Fibrosis Week. Approximately 100,000 people have been diagnosed with cystic fibrosis worldwide. Here in Ireland, we have the highest rate of cystic fibrosis per capita in the world, and in the north there are 500 people living with it. In this Cystic Fibrosis Week, we have the opportunity to raise awareness and promote understanding of what it's like to live with the condition. It's also an opportunity to share stories and host fundraising events, particularly on the 13th of June, which is Wear Yellow Day. CF is a life-threatening genetic condition which severely affects the lungs, impacting on the digestive system, and can lead to other complications including diabetes, liver disease and infertility. Daily life for someone with cystic fibrosis often involves hours of treatment, using inhalers, physical therapy to clear mucus and multiple medications just to stay healthy. Cystic fibrosis is not just a medical condition, it is a life story for those with it. Yet despite its challenges, people with cystic fibrosis are resilient. Many become advocates, athletes, scientists, driven by the fight to find a cure. There was a time when cystic fibrosis meant a short life, often not extending beyond the primary school years. But today, thanks to research and innovation, life expectancy has improved dramatically, and we are seeing people living longer and healthier lives. Breakthrough cystic fibrosis modulator drugs are transforming lives by treating the root cause of the disease for many patients and not just the symptoms. These drugs can help about 90% of those living with cystic fibrosis to prolong and improve their life. Unfortunately, due to the cost of drugs, many people across the world, including children, are being denied access to this medication. So access to life-changing medicine should be made available to all. Cystic fibrosis is a lifelong battle, but it's a battle that is slowly being won. Through awareness, science and compassion, we can support those who live with this condition and work to a future where CF stands for suffering, not for suffering, but for cure found. For that to happen, continued research, funding and awareness are essential. So in this week, I would encourage people, whether in a school, local community group or business, to help raise funds for the Cystic Fibrosis Trust and life-changing research.
Stephen Dunn.
Speaker, I would like to congratulate our very own road racing legend, Mr Michael Dunlop, on winning his 33rd TT on the Isle of Man last week. A truly incredible achievement and one very worthy of celebration, recognition and an honour for another local sporting hero from Northern Ireland, and one we can be very proud of indeed. The Dunlop family name in motorcycle road racing is truly world famous and iconic. Through the success of Michael's uncle Joey, his late dad Robert, and his late brother William, all of whom are sadly no longer with us, but have left an incredible legacy of success within their sport of motorcycle road racing. This summer also marks 25 years since the late great Joey Dunlop tragically passed away while competing in Estonia, and he will certainly never be forgotten. And it was very fitting that a special event was recently held in Ballymoney to remember his legacy 25 years on, where stars from today and yesteryear turned out in style in some of Joey's most iconic bikes. Despite many personal trials and tragedies, Michael continues to excel and to win a record 33 races on the Isle of Man TT last week, 2 in the very competitive Supersport class and a double in the Super Twin class, is an incredible achievement indeed. The TT is one of the most iconic and competitive motorsport competitions in the world, and to have the success that he has is indeed amazing and something that we can all celebrate. We have a very proud legacy and heritage in Northern Ireland for punching well above our weight in so many sports, including motorsport, and this success continues to this day. Congratulations, Michael Dunlop, and very best wishes, and I am sure there'll be many more victories to come in the years ahead. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Well, Jonathan Buckley, you've got 2 minutes.
Mr Speaker, I rise as an Assembly member for Upper Bann to mark the passing of an incredible and remarkable man, Hbert Willis. Hbert was 101 years old, a football fanatic, a loyal to the core supporter of Loughgall Football Club. His life was one that was well and truly lived. He described himself as an all-round farmer. Born on the 11th of February 1924, Hbert's life spanned an extraordinary period, and such was his character that he engaged with his community, got his sleeves rolled up, continued to work as a volunteer at Loughgall Football Club right to his death. He would have been seen at the football club supporting the team in all their endeavours. For 30 years he served as groundsman, then as club chairman, amongst a host of other voluntary roles. In 2021, at 97, inspired by the walk and during COVID of Sir Tom Moore, Hbert himself took to the pitch, raising £27,000 for Loughgall Football Club, doing 100 laps. Quite remarkable for the man that he was. We've lost a legend. A family are in mourning, and to the Willis family I say our deepest sympathies. Hbert's life was well and truly lived, and it's true when they say there only was one Hbert Willis, and such was the tribute to the local community, a stand named in his honour at Loughgall Football Club, a much-loved servant of that team and indeed many other community organisations in the Loughgall community.
Thank you. Next item of business is a committee membership motion from the DUP. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Cheryl Brownlee replace Mr David Brooks as a member of the Committee for Education.
Moved. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members take their ease and we will move to the next item of business.
Okay, members, I've received notice from the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs that he wishes to make a statement. Before I call the Minister, I would like to remind members they must be concise in asking their questions, as this is not an opportunity for debate or long introductions. Minister.
With permission, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I wish to make a statement today to set out my plans for the launch for the public consultation on the draft remediation strategy for the Mobuoy site. At the outset, I would declare in the register that my stepfather is Quality Manager for the A6 Phase 1. I welcome the conclusion of the Mobuoy case in the court last week. I share the public's concern and recognise the concern and anger caused by the appalling situation in Mobuoy. That is why I will be moving to launch this consultation as quickly as possible to help people understand proposals to minimise risks to water quality and the environment. Safeguarding public health, ensuring safe drinking water and reducing the environmental impact of the Mobuoy site is of paramount importance to me. My department recognises that it has a duty under the Water Northern Ireland Order 1999 to promote the cleanliness of water in waterways and underground strata, and will continue to take action to safeguard water quality and the environment at Mobuoy. There is no room for complacency, and I take the discharge of this duty very seriously. To this end, my officials have produced draft technical remediation strategy for the Mobuoy site. The draft remediation strategy has been developed to mitigate against the long-term risk that the contaminated site poses to water quality in the River Fawn and to address its contamination of the Fawn groundwater body. Northern Ireland Water's Carmoney Water Treatment Works takes its supply from the river water, abstracted less than 2 kilometres downstream of the Mobuoy site, and safeguarding the drinking water supply and the environment is unequivocally a priority for me. The draft remediation strategy is a detailed, technical and complex document which has been developed by a specialist contaminated land consultancy team in accordance with industry standard process known as the Land Contamination Risk Management Guidance. The LCRM is the UK government guidance on how to assess and manage the risks from land contamination, and it applies here in Northern Ireland as well as in England and Wales. A detailed quantitative risk assessment was carried out in line with the LCRM process, drawing on extensive site investigations to establish the volume and nature of the waste, and utilising over 7 years of monitoring data. This provided a robust scientific basis for the specialist contaminated land consultancy team to work through a remediation options appraisal for a range of potential remediation options to develop the draft remediation strategy. The remediation options appraisal process was undertaken in line with the LCRM and the Sustainable Remediation Forum UK publication, a framework for assessing sustainability of soil and groundwater remediation. This guidance was produced with the aim of encouraging more sustainable management of remediation practices in the UK. It outlines the principles of sustainable development and the criteria that should be used in the selection of sustainable remediation strategies. At each of these stages, this work was presented to stakeholders and published on the DAERA website. This work is now culminated in the production of a draft remediation strategy for the site. This is a technical document proposing an integrated remediation approach for how the site could be remediated to mitigate the risks highlighted by the evidence in accordance with the outcomes from the remediation options appraisal process. The strategy sets out a technical proposal which, following conclusion of the consultation, will require further development to take account of consultation responses, affordability and deliverability. This will inform the final remediation strategy. At this stage, there is no agreed preferred option, and the way forward will not be decided upon until consultation has been completed. I want everyone who has an interest in the draft remediation strategy to respond to the consultation. Consultation is hugely important to me. Public consultation will ensure that all stakeholders and interested parties are afforded the opportunity to respond. It also presents an opportunity for stakeholders to provide information which they think we need to consider in finalising the preferred approach. The consultation process is designed to ensure engagement with all, and look forward to rolling out a series of engagement events as part of the consultation. I'm keen to hear stakeholders' views and any points they believe should be taken into consideration before a preferred approach is agreed. It is important that stakeholder engagement is effective, and I will be ensuring that we provide the best opportunity for people to respond so we can receive meaningful responses. For this reason, the consultation will run over a period of 16 weeks to take account of the July and August holiday periods. Stakeholder engagement meetings will be arranged for early September to maximise the opportunity for all interested parties to attend. Details of these will follow as soon as possible. Following the consultation, my officials will carefully consider the responses received, and an assessment will be undertaken to determine any changes that are required in order to determine a preferred approach. We will then need to evaluate this approach, looking at what is affordable, deliverable, ensuring that it mitigates environmental risks and safeguards water quality for future generations. The consultation is a very important and significant step. However, it is important to note that this consultation does not guarantee that everything in the draft remediation strategy will be delivered immediately. However, it is an important and significant step forward in the process. There is no quick fix, but I am committed to continuing to ensure that appropriate steps are taken to protect water quality and the environment during these processes. Next steps will be subject to a range of factors, including departmental and public spending approvals. This will include a wider role for the Executive and the Assembly in delivering a remediation strategy that recognises the constraints which we operate within. There will be important considerations on the availability of funding and the realistic timescales required to deliver a remediation solution. I am committed to protecting the water quality of the River Fawn and working in partnership with Northern Ireland Water to safeguard drinking water in the North West. To that end, NEA continues to implement a comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the site. It's otherwise known as an EMP. This includes site and riverbank inspections, surface water and groundwater monitoring, together with daily laboratory testing of water quality at the NI Water drinking water abstraction point. The monitoring data is used by my officials and NI Water to continue to assess any changes in risk to the water quality in the River Fawn and the water quality at the Northern Ireland Water abstraction point. Water quality reports are published regularly and are freely available on the DAERA website. And to date, I am advised that there has been no adverse impact on the safety of drinking water being supplied from the River Fawn. However, as I said at the beginning of this statement, there is no room for complacency, and that is why I am now moving to launch the consultation on a draft remediation strategy designed to address the risks posed by the Mobuoy site. My officials will require some time, likely to be just a few days, to address the logistical details of the launch of the consultation, but I hope to launch it later this week with engagement events planned for September. In conclusion, I just want to put on record my thanks to all the officials in my department for the work they have done over the last number of years. Today is an important moment, and I want to put on record my thanks for the work that they have done, and I'm happy to take any questions, including in relation to the consideration of a public inquiry.
Thank you, Minister. Before I call Mark Durkin on behalf of the official opposition, just reminding people if they could rise in their places, and we'll try and make sure you're on the list. Okay, Mark Durkin.
And I thank the Minister for his statement. We will support his efforts to ensure remediation of the Mobuoy site and the removal of the risk it poses to the environment and to human health, and the block it has put on the completion of the A6. But while focusing on the future, we cannot just forget about the past. How an environmental crime on an industrial scale was allowed to happen. This could cost the public and public services hundreds of millions of pounds to put right. Will the Minister seek support from his executive colleagues for a public inquiry into this scandal?
Minister.
Thank you, Mark, for your question. This was an abhorrent crime of an industrial scale, and I've been on the record before I took up this job, and I'm happy to confirm it again today that I do believe there's merit for a public inquiry. So I will be taking a paper to my executive colleagues in regards to this. But the cost associated with the site, you rightly outline, is likely to be significant. This could cost up to £700 million to remediate this site. And I will be looking to the UK Government, not just in terms of financial support, in terms of any future public inquiry, but also in terms of the remediation of the site, because these are significant costs for us as an executive to bear, whilst we're continuing to deliver public services in Northern Ireland and also to do the good work in terms of supporting agriculture and improving our environment more broadly. I'm also committed to engagement on this issue, and whilst I'll bring that paper to my executive colleagues in relation to both the merits of an inquiry but also remediation of the site and giving them an update, I think it's important I engage locally around this. So I will be seeking to meet with the 5 Foyle MLAs over the time ahead, alongside the Mayor and Chief Executive of the Council, because I want to meet with you. So I want to talk through the issues on the site and then also particularly in terms of the remediation on the way forward. It's important we look to the past and understand lessons to be learnt, but it's also important we look to the future and have remediation of this site.
Thank you. I call Robbie Butler, Chairperson of the Area Committee.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for this very welcome announcement today of what was an appalling assault on our environment. And you have outlined one of the significant barriers to reparation, that is the costs. But it has been estimated that the site generated somewhere in the region of more than £40 million. Are there any steps or levers available to the Minister and his department to recover those costs through the profits that were made on that site and send out a strong message to those who deliberately assault our environment?
Minister.
Thank you very much, Robbie. Following sentencing, the Northern Ireland Environment Agency will pursue confiscation proceedings under the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 against 3 defendants with the intention of depriving them from the benefit generated from their criminal conduct and asserting the polluter pays principle. The value of any confiscation order which the court may be minded to make will be a decision for the court.
Thank you, Minister. I call Aoife Finnegan.
Minister, what impact has the contamination from the Mobuoy site had on the biodiversity within the river, Faughan, in particular on the quality of the salmon?
Thank you, Member, for a question. We continue to undertake that sampling of the water quality within the River Faughan, and as I've outlined within my statement, there hasn't been concerns raised to date, but that doesn't mean to say that we should not take action. We must take action in relation to this site, and that's why I'm moving very, very quickly in relation to the consultation on this, and I encourage people to engage in that. I'll engage with local reps in this, I'll engage with my executive colleagues, and very importantly, the UK Government. We need financial assistance to be able to deal with this site. It is not fair to ask Northern Ireland to deal with a site which could cost up to £700 million to remediate. The UK Government need to assist us in regards to this.
Thank you, Minister. I call Tom Buchanan.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, your statement focuses a lot on consultation over a 16-week period, on the development of a remediation strategy, and then on the possible delivery of that, depending on finances and all that type of thing. Are you in a position to give the House any information as to whether or not any works will take place on site within this term of the Assembly sitting?
Minister.
So I believe in consultation. I believe in giving people the opportunity to have their say, and most particularly Derry City and Strabane Council, who have been quite good in terms of being able to engage with this process to date. They have technical experts to contribute to that. So I'm not ruling anything in or ruling anything out, because that's the purpose of a consultation. Consultation is giving people an opportunity to have their say, and there's a number of options within the draft remediation strategy that can be moved much quicker than others, and I'd be interested to see people's response in regards to this. I've been to the site, I've seen it, and I think what happened there was appalling. It was disgraceful, and I'm glad the people associated with that, the sentencing occurred on Friday.
Thank you, Minister. I call John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, with Alliance colleagues, I share the concerns raised already by other members, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. Can I ask the Minister if this situation at Mobuoy is holding up delivery of the A6 road upgrade?
Minister.
So, as part of the consultation, it will outline one of the options in place to deal with the relationship with the A6, and I understand there's been concerns raised about that. Essentially, there's consideration that could be given as part of the consultation responses that we prioritise remediation of the area close to where the A6 is meant to run, and I think it's important that that is considered in the consultation on the time ahead. I understand the concerns in relation to Phase 2 of the A6 and the importance that would have for the North West, and that's why we're considering it as part of the consultation.
Thank you, Minister. I call Declan McAleer.
I thank the Minister for his statement. Minister, we've heard, certainly on television, that there's vast quantities of money being mentioned. Will the Department at some stage consider the proceeds of crime?
Thank you, Declan. And that's one of the things that's a significant concern for the general public in terms of any profits that were made out of this. And that's in terms of the response I outlined to Robbie, that we will now move towards proceeds of crime proceedings in regards to this.
Thank you, Minister. I call Deborah Erskine.
Again, I thank the Minister for his statement and share the concerns that there are around this. Obviously, I want to look at it from a roads point of view. Roads infrastructure is really important for the North West in terms of opening it up and the delay of phase 2 of the A6. I just want to check with the Minister what detailed discussions he is having with the Minister for Infrastructure at this moment in time. I know he's waiting for consultation, but what detailed discussions are happening between the two departments on this road infrastructure project?
Minister.
So the Department of Infrastructure will have an opportunity to engage as part of the consultation on the remediation associated with this. And as you have outlined, phase 2 of the A6 Derry to Dungiven dual carriageway project extends from Drumahoe to the A2 Call roundabout. Part of the works will encroach on the Mobuoy site, and my officials are working closely with DFI Roads colleagues to ensure an integrated approach so that the projects are coordinated and can progress efficiently. My officials are continuing to work through the land contamination risk management guidance, and the next step is this public consultation. This is an important step, and my officials will continue to engage with DFI Road colleagues as this progresses. This is an important moment in terms of starting the consultation. Very keen that we run through the consultation, 16 weeks, people bring the responses back, and then we'll have to consider the way forward. And I am getting very clearly the communication about this site should not be holding up phase 2 of the A6, and we'll have to consider in terms of prioritisation where that fits in terms of the costs associated with it. I get the importance of this to the North West.
Thank you, Minister. I call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, the Minister. Can the Minister expand on how drinking water is being protected?
Thank you very much, Andy, and I think this is an important concern from people in terms of drinking water and what's done in terms of managing that. Safeguarding public health and ensuring safe drinking water are paramount. My department is committed to protecting the water quality of the River Fawn and working in partnership with NI Water to safeguard drinking water in the North West. As I've outlined in my statement, officials have put in place a comprehensive environmental monitoring programme at the Mobuoy site. The monitoring data is used by my department and NI Water to continually assess any changes in risk into water quality in the River Fawn and water quality at the Northern Ireland Water Abstraction Point. Water quality reports are regularly published on the DARE website, and to date there has been no adverse impact on the safety of the drinking water being supplied from the River Fawn. NI Water has also tested procedures in place to ensure that, if the need did arise, it would immediately stop taking water from the River Fawn as an emergency measure. NI Water provides robust treatment to water abstracted from the River Fawn and continually monitors water from the plant in the distribution system and at customer properties in the area supplied from the Carmoney water treatment works. NI Water have completed planned works to provide additional resilience, whereby increased flow from the Ballinrees water treatment works near Coleraine, supported by the Cockhill water treatment works near Dungiven, will provide sufficient supply to the North West area for a period. My department provides a continuous response officer who is available on a 24-hour call-out to respond to and coordinate the required actions should an emergency arise.
Thank you, Minister. I call Padraig Delargy.
Last Kencolia, and I thank the Minister for his responses so far. Minister, as you know, I've asked you a number of questions around tougher sentencing, around exactly how we can prevent instances like this happening again. But the major concern for people in Derry today is around potential water pollution and how that's avoided. I appreciate you've gone through a lot of those steps, but you know, the emergency measures, we in this House need the detail on what that looks like. We need to ensure that there's proper and robust procedure in place to ensure that there is emergency backup there, and we need to ensure that this won't happen. So what is your department doing with NI Water to ensure that that is in place?
Thank you, Padraig, and as I outlined to Andy, we have measures in place in conjunction with NI Water. As part of the engagement with both yourself and the other Foyle MLAs and the Mayor and Chief Executive of Derry City and Strabane Council, I want to meet with you, also alongside NI Water and DFI, to give you assurances in regards to this and also to talk about the remediation of the site. As first part of your question, you talked about tougher sentences around environmental crime. And that's what I'm going to be seeking support of this chamber to do. I'm going to go out and consult later on this month in terms of the fisheries bill, and that will give me additional powers to have heavier fines and penalties around environmental crime, most particularly in relation to water pollution. I'll also be coming to the Executive in the autumn, looking for support in terms of measures to improve environmental governance and to strengthen it. I'm looking for support around this chamber. I came to this chamber earlier on this year to remove the cap in terms of penalties around water pollution as a result of cross-compliance. It was only Alliance and Jerry who voted with us. So when people come to me and say they want tougher penalties, time ahead will be for yourselves to vote with me and support me in that.
Alan Robinson.
Speaker. Minister, can I begin by condemning the death threat against you? I think in this day and age there is no place, whether it is in 2025, 1995 or 1975. That behaviour is despicable. Minister, given the public health risks with this site, is he aware of any similar sites across the province that may pose similar risks, and what action is he taking to address them?
Minister.
Thank you for your kind comments, and I do appreciate that. And I'm not going to be bullied or intimidated by anyone, and I'm very clear around that. And I must put on record of thanks to the police and how they're dealing with these issues. In terms of the Mobuoy site, it's set that out. There is other sites of unauthorised dumping occurring. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency works in conjunction with district councils in terms of the management of that. I would just say in terms of the wider issue, in terms of fly tipping and dumping, there is a protocol in place between the Northern Ireland Environment Agency and district councils to deal with that. 2 councils have still not signed up to that. I have written to them and asked them to sign up, and it's important that they do, because district councils and Northern Ireland Environment Agency need to work together, and we need to have those other 2 councils signed up.
Thank you, Minister. Ciara Ferguson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and can I also thank the Minister for his statement this morning. I very much welcome the upcoming consultation on the next steps for Mobuoy site, and I would urge everyone to take part. Given the ongoing and significant level of concern over many years, particularly by local representative organisations like Fuchan Anglers, Strathford Community Association, Maydown Association, Enoch Youth Forum, a range of groups that have been there from the start right through. And Minister, you did mention that you would meet with Council and ourselves as MLAs. Could you also open that meeting and make a commitment to meet with those representative organisations as well, who have continuously engaged throughout this process? Thank you.
Thank you, Ciara. Minister.
No problem. That engagement is really important, and as part of the consultation going ahead, my officials will engage with those organisations, and it's really important that their voice is heard, because these are the local communities that have real concerns around this site. I'll prioritise my engagement with yourselves as representatives for the area, and also the Mayor and Chief Executive of the Council. I know that there's a request in from Patrick also to engage with local group, and I'll honour that because I promised that I would, and I'll see what we can do over the time ahead. But this is an important moment for consultation and engagement, and the Council, to be fair to them, have been very good in terms of their engagement with us thus far, and they'll be an important body as well to garner those views around what is a complex issue, but it is an important issue. This should never have occurred, and it's important we find a way to remediate the site.
Call William Merwin.
Speaker, I welcome the fact that there's a possibility that criminal assets can be seized from those responsible. Will the Minister assure the House that every effort will be made to pursue those responsible and make every effort to seize assets?
Minister.
I can assure the member there will. As Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, I have a sole focus in terms of being fair and even-handed with everyone. And if people break the rules, they can be assured that my department will be coming after them.
Thank you, Minister. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Minister, for your statement today. It is really welcome. Can the Minister ensure that the systematic issues that were exploited by the criminals to make millions and millions of pounds have been addressed as recommended in the Mills Review? And BBC journalists, Radio 4 journalists, have investigated this issue and have suggested that something of this scale could only have been carried out with the involvement of organised crime. What is your views on this?
Minister.
Thank you, Sinead. And this, what occurred here was appalling. The Mills Review was conducted, and those recommendations are being implemented. But there is significant concern in terms of the role of organised crime, in terms of waste crime, around this, and I think it's important we say that, and that's why my department, in terms of Northern Ireland Environment Agency, collaborate with other partners within the criminal justice sphere to take a coordinated approach associated with this. And what I would say is that, as Minister, I've been very, very clear that we need to tackle environmental crime much more harshly, because it's having an impact upon our environment. We're talking here about the potential cost to the public purse of £700 million. That's a significant cost, and if we don't change the dial in terms of how we deal with environmental crime and pollution in Northern Ireland, we're going to continue to see challenges emerging which are going to cost the public purse. So we need a different attitude around this. I want to thank officials in terms of how they engage with PSNI, HMRC and others around this. It's very important that we tackle organised crime, but we also review waste crime as part of that, and there can be commitment that we're going to do that. As part of that engagement with yourselves and your as foil MLAs, I want to have a bit more of a discussion to give you a reassurance of what we're doing in that sphere.
Thank you, Minister. I call Patsy McGlone.
Minister, just pursuing the issue of criminal assets and the likes, what liability falls to the landowners on whose property this illegal activity has taken place?
Minister.
It's a very technical question. So the proceeds of crime will proceed, and that's now the next step in regards to this. I think it's important that we do that. I will happy to discuss you outside this in terms of the complexity of it all, because the site has got a lot of history associated with it, and that's what makes it a bit more complex around this.
I call Jerry Carroll.
I also want to condemn the death threats against you and offer my solidarity and best wishes to you. Mobuoy was one of the biggest illegal dumps in Europe, and I welcome action against those implicated. I commend all the activists in Derry and the North West, and I'd be remiss not to mention the work of my former MLA colleague, Eamon McCann, and his work as a journalist, highlighting Mobuoy as well. Minister, do you have a grasp on how many smaller scale Mobuoy sites may exist across the North, and do you agree with me the example of Mobuoy underlies the reason and the need for an independent EPA?
Minister.
Thank you, Jerry, and thank you for your kind comments. And also want to put on record a thanks to the groups in the Foyle constituency that have continued to raise this issue and to highlight it. And I think it's important that we give thanks to them around that. Mobuoy is unprecedented in terms of its significance around that. That is not to say that there is other smaller sites and also fly tipping occurring in Northern Ireland. How we grade those in terms of size is probably an issue, but I'm happy to write to you and to outline that. There is a wider issue just in terms of the need to strengthen environmental governance, and I take that quite seriously. So that's why I appointed an independent panel to look at this issue. They will be coming forward very soon in terms of an interim report. I'm not going to be found wanting in regards to this. We must strengthen environmental governance. We have to do it. Northern Ireland is an outlier in this regard, and when I bring this paper to the Executive, I'm looking forward to receiving support for that, because if we always do what we've always done, we'll always get what we've always got. We've got to strengthen environmental governance. But in conclusion, in response to your question, I want to put on record my wholehearted thanks to all the officials, both within NEA, PPS and more broadly in terms of the work. The Northern Ireland Environment Agency do a lot of really good work, and Friday was an important moment for them, and I want to say thank you for the work that they're doing. As Minister, I wholeheartedly value NEA, and I'm very, very proud to have them as part of the department.
That concludes questions to the Minister on his statement. If members would take their ease, please, for the next item of business. Point of order.
Thank you, Count Corla. The Minister made a statement. I didn't get an opportunity to ask the question, which is very revealing that his colleagues in the Executive, the main party of government, have refused to support a public inquiry into the biggest environmental crime this island has ever seen. Why?
First of all, that's not a point of order. You weren't here when the statement was being read out. You come in late when questions were happening. You're not asking a question on the fly or on the side. It's bad manners, Justin. So had you come in when this, even at the tail end of the statement that I brought you in, so I'm not actually, what I'm saying is it's not a point of order, and don't try that again. Okay, members take their ease.
Members, the next item of business is a motion to suspend standing orders 10.2 to 10.4. Clerk, please read the motion.
That standing orders 10.2 to 10.4 be suspended for the 9th of June 2025.
Thank you. I call the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee agreed that there should be no debate on this motion, but before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that it requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community support has been demonstrated. Members, the next item on the order paper is the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill. I call the Minister of Finance.
Approve. To move. Moved.
Thank you, Minister. The second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate. I call the Minister of Finance to open the debate on the bill.
This second stage debate today follows the Assembly's approval on Tuesday the 3rd of June of the supply resolution for the expenditure plans of departments and other public bodies as detailed in the main estimates 25-26. Accelerated passage of Budget Number 2 bill is necessary to ensure royal assent is obtained before any departments reach the cash limits for 25-26 set in the vote on account, which was agreed by the Assembly earlier in the year. As I said previously, I am grateful to the Finance Committee for confirming that in line with Standing Order 42, the Budget Number 2 bill can proceed under accelerated passage. The Assembly agreement of the Executive's final budget for 25-26 on the 19th of May 2025 allows me to bring this Budget Number 2 bill to the Assembly to seek the legislative authority for the expenditure of the departments and other bodies for the remainder of the financial year. The Assembly Standing Order 32 directs that the second stage debate should be confined to the general principles of the bill, and I shall endeavour to keep to that direction. The purpose of the bill is to give effect to the main estimates for 25-26 and authorise the cash and use of resources on services to allow departments and other public bodies to operate for the remainder of the 25-26 financial year. Copies of the budget bill and an explanatory and financial memorandum have been made available to members, and the main estimates 25-26 were laid in the Assembly on the 21st of May 2025. The bill will authorise the use of £27,431,599,000 from the Consolidated Fund and the further use of resources totaling £30,772,659,000 by departments and certain other bodies listed in Schedule 1 of the bill in the year ending the 31st of March 2026, that is, this financial year. The cash and resources are to be spent and used on the services listed in column 1 of each of the schedules. The Budget Number 2 bill will authorise temporary borrowing by the Department of Finance for 25-26 up to £13,715,800,000 may be borrowed, to be repaid no later than the 31st of March 2026. This is a normal safeguard to allow the efficient management of the Consolidated Fund and does not authorise any additional expenditure. While the vast majority of expenditure by all departments is done on the authority of the statutory powers provided through legislation passed by this Assembly, there are occasionally some unusually small functions which may from time to time be done on the sole authority of the Budget Act. Table 5 of the main estimates 25-26 document sets out a summary of expenditure resting on the sole authority of the Budget Act. For some of these items of expenditure, the amount involved is greater than the Assembly would normally be asked to approve, or is over a longer period of time. I would like to assure members that the legislation is being developed to deal with these matters. The numbers contained within the budget bill are significant, and I am sure that members will agree that it is not an easy task to translate those figures into the delivery of public services on the ground. The reality is that this crucial piece of legislation is required to ensure that all day-to-day public services, which we rely upon, can continue to be delivered to our citizens for the remainder of the financial year. On that note, last Concordia, I will conclude and will be happy to deal with any points of principle or detail of the Budget No. 2 bill that members may wish to raise.
Thank you, Minister, for opening debate. I now call Matthew O'Toole, Chair of Finance Committee.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm speaking as both the Chair of the Finance Committee and as Leader of the Opposition, and thankfully in an untimed debate on legislation we do not have the regular anomaly we have where Chairperson's time and Opposition time is divided, so I welcome that, but I promise not to detain members too cruelly in terms of making my remarks. I'll first speak as Chair of the Finance Committee. This, as I said, is an untimed debate, and I thank the Minister for his comments and for bringing the bill to the Assembly. We on the committee would also thank the relevant departmental officials whose regular engagement with the committee has allowed members to put budget scrutiny on a healthier trajectory than it has been in recent years. Most recently, the officials briefed the committee on the main estimates and this bill at our meeting on the 20th of May. We obviously debated the main estimates themselves in the Chamber last week. It is to be hoped that the strong working relationships forged between the committee and the department will continue, despite the odd issue here and there. And there is a specific issue that we need to deal with, which I'll come on to talk about later on in relation to legislative consent motions. It seems not so long ago that we welcomed the Minister for Finance to debating the second stage bill, when I welcomed the Minister to his portfolio when we debated the second stage for the last budget bill. Now, but it feels like an eternity since I spoke at the second stage for the Budget No. 2 Bill 2024. Since there has been, since then, a Westminster election, and there is, of course, a new UK government, we will know on Wednesday the outcome of the comprehensive spending review, which will tell us the settlements for Northern Ireland and indeed other departments. As I said during main estimates debate last week, the CSR announcement will be an important moment. It hopefully will mark the end of a period of over a decade of single-year budgets for this place, but it would be helpful if the Minister could give some update on when he hopes to be able to give a clear, detailed update to the Assembly on the outworkings of the CSR, both in specific and more general terms in terms of the block grant. Members have remarked at length in this chamber how difficult annual budgets make running public services and indeed broader policy making decisions. It's basically impossible to be genuinely strategic and deliver meaningful long-term change using single-year budgets. Wednesday's announcement is expected to unveil resource spending for the next 3 years, with capital spending announced for the next 4. As has been said previously, multi-annual budgets could be a game changer. It will be up to the Finance Minister and his executive colleagues to make use of that change to deliver budgets in a more strategic way. Allied to 5-year business plans with baseline funding, it is anticipated departments will publish in the autumn, but again it would be helpful if the Minister could confirm that. He has talked about the 5-year business plans, which I welcome, both as Leader of the Opposition and as Chair of the Finance Committee, but it would be helpful if we could give an update on latest timing. So there should be much better opportunity for statutory committees to scrutinise departmental budgets, and it is of course important to say at this stage, as I and I'm sure other finance spokespersons for the relevant parties do, it isn't simply the job of the Finance Committee to scrutinise every department's budget. That's the job of individual statutory committees. So this will combine with the work that the Finance Committee has done and continues to do around simplifying financial information which is collated by the Minister's Department and then sharing it onwards with other committees. The committee is working hard to ensure that budget scrutiny reaches a new level with greater access to more user-friendly information, leading to greater transparency. As I said, multi-annual budgets will be core to this. Mr Deputy Speaker, to turn to the Minister's request for the granting of accelerated passage for Budget Bill 2025, the committee agreed that the bill be granted accelerated passage at its meeting on the 20th of May, and I wrote to the Speaker informing him of the committee's decision. The committee's agreement to accelerated passage for this bill is predicated on, quote, appropriate consultation having been received as per Standing Order 42.2. However, as I have highlighted before, granting accelerated passage to the bill is not just taken as a formality by the committee. Each request is considered and debated. There is no waving through. Members understand the nature of the budget process is such that accelerated passage is necessary. The Executive, however, does not get a free hand in the timescales the budget process follows. Everything flows from the actions initially of the UK Treasury, so Committee consensus on granting accelerated passage reflects members' understanding of that process. However, it should not be taken as untrammelled support for this budget, and obviously in my opposition context I wouldn't express that, but obviously I'm reflecting views in the committee. Other members will have their opportunity to give their views during this debate as it proceeds. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, accelerated passage is not the ideal way to do business. However, the return of multi-annual budgets will promote greater scrutiny throughout the rest of the budget process, as departments will be able to budget over the longer term, providing the scrutiny to spend in a more strategic way and better plan, and offer greater security to those in receipt of public money to provide services to the public. As members are aware, this Budget No. 2 bill will give legal authority to departments to incur the spending and use resources as agreed by the Assembly's main estimates document, and we have passed the supply resolution last week, approving that nearly £27.5 billion be granted out of the Consolidated Fund to provide for departments and other bodies. This is a significant sum, as it follows on from what was a bumper year in 24-25 with regard to drawdown from the Executive Restoration Package and other significant Barnett consequentials. The interim fiscal framework signed with Treasury last May provides for a 24% supplement to Barnett consequentials, which is obviously welcomed in this chamber. We obviously express hope that Professor Holtham, who has undertaken the work, that Professor Holtham has undertaken on behalf of the department and now provided to the Treasury, will persuade officials there that Northern Ireland's relative need is requiring of additional resource, and that's something that I think we would obviously all support. I hope that we will get an update on that at the CSR on Wednesday. I would acknowledge the Minister and his officials have kept us abreast of those developments, and we obviously look forward to being briefed on the outcome of the CSR at our committee meeting next week on the 18th of June. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee and of course the Assembly are obviously aware of the fact that the budget situation does remain tight, and the committee stands ready to work with him and his executive colleagues to improve budget sustainability. The Minister has already received and published a cost of doing business in Northern Ireland report, and he is consulting on potential changes to the rating system, as well as undertaking a strategic income review under the terms of the Executive Restoration Package. So I look forward to hearing an update from the Minister on both of these items in his mind. With budgets tight, it is vital that departments apply their efforts to living beyond their means, and obviously better management of budgets would mean an end to overcommitment in the hope of estimates, as it were, coming to the rescue. Hopefully the work on an updated fiscal framework will provide for more sustainable budgets and indeed a more flexibility around things like end year and the budget exchange scheme. So if there is any updates, as I said, I've asked now for several updates from the Minister, but he'll have lots of time to wind later on. The committee has received a draft of the Fiscal Council Bill and hopes to soon receive a draft of the Financial Provisions Bill. These will go some way to addressing spending that is being approved under sole authority of the Budget Bill. As I highlighted in my speech for main estimates supply resolution last week, the spend under sole authority of the Budget Bill, which is also known as the black box, of around has fallen to 13 million in this bill. It's fallen considerably, from the £25 million at this point last year. We obviously hope it keeps falling, and indeed that at that point we may even have a finalised or a financial provisions bill which has received royal assent, and therefore the amount will be a lot less. So, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the Financial Reporting Departments and Public Bodies Act Northern Ireland 2022, the implementation of that has resulted in a number of changes to how financial information was presented in the estimates last week and in today's associated Budget No. 2 bill, including the Assembly now authorising the use of income directly in this bill. The draft budget for 25-26 was agreed by the Executive on the 29th of December 2024 and was subject to a 12-week public consultation which ended on the 13th of March. The 25-26 budget was agreed by the Executive on the 3rd of April. The main estimate supply resolution agreed last week set the individual budgets for departments and other bodies, and today's budget number 2 bill gives that resolution legal authority. By virtue of the committee's agreement to accelerated passage for this bill at its meeting on the 20th of May 25, the committee supports the motion that this bill passes its second stage. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now make some remarks in my other capacity as Leader of the Opposition. So, while it is welcome that we are now in a much more regularised budget process than we have been here for many years, there are very profound concerns about the budget-making process and the strategic prioritisation and, frankly, the delivery of this Executive. This budget bill is a direct consequence. It is putting into law many of the decisions that were made in the budget 25-26, which was voted up on. Obviously, the opposition opposed it. It was voted on in the Assembly just a few short weeks ago. That document, the budget 25-26, was supposed to be an inaction or a putting into place the financial resources to deliver on the programme for government. I won't detain the Assembly for very long today, I promise, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but I do want to call out the abject failure of the Executive to set clear targets in the programme for government and then meaningfully put resources behind it. And it's not just me saying that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's the Department's own programme for government and budget when you read them alongside one another, because Table 4.1 of the budget sets out the resource DEL, that's everyday, day-to-day spending allocations, matched to programme for government priorities. And the total matched to programme for government priorities is £328 million. You can see what those allocations are, and many of them are very worthwhile. £2 million for ending violence against women and girls, £50 million for the childcare strategy, £215 million for the elective care programme. But that £328 million should be read alongside the £27 billion that we are authorising. It's barely more. It's barely 2%. It's, I think, a few percent of the overall executive budget is actually going to deliver programme for government priorities. Now, I imagine the Minister will turn around and say to me, he may not, but I imagine he will turn around and say that's the wrong way to read it. Our programme for government priorities stand by themselves, and we also have to do all the everyday business of government. But to go back to this question about the programme for government, the public expect clear targets and they expect delivery, not least whenever big promises were made and whenever the first full financial year when we were back, 24-25, there was, as the Minister's own officials have acknowledged in our committee, a record year in terms of allocations. So this argument is constantly made that we are constrained by finances, and of course we have inherited a decade and a half of austerity. There's no doubt about that. It's been pernicious and it's been damaging. But last year did see a record allocation to the executive. So the public had a right to ask, what's it being used for? How is our funds being strategically prioritised to deliver on the things that we care most about? Yes, getting waiting lists down, dealing with the crisis in our water infrastructure and the broader ecological breakdown that we face. Yes, dealing with childcare, but also dealing with social housing, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The programme for government was very short on specific targets. It was long on warm words, waffle and pleasant photographs, but one of the very few specific targets in the programme for government was social housing starts. And it said there would be just under 6,000 social housing starts by 2027, i.e. by the end of this mandate. Well, we're now 2 years off the end of this mandate. The Communities Minister has brought forward his budget proposals for this financial year, and he says the maximum he can build in terms of social housing, in terms of getting them started, is 1,000 social homes. 1,000 social homes. You don't need to be a mathematical genius to work out that if you have 2 years left to build just under 6,000 homes and you're only building 1,000 in year one, there is no way at all that you're going to get anywhere near your target. And it's fooling people. It's gaslighting people to pretend otherwise. And then to do as the Minister did last week, to turn around and say to people, we'll be grateful. It's always the way. Warm words, waffle, promises, and then when people are held to account for the failure to deliver, the message we get back is, be grateful. That would never be said to voters south of the border. It would never be accepted on behalf of Sinn Féin by voters who expect action on the housing crisis, that they're simply told, effectively with the back of their hand, be grateful for it. We should be glad that there are 1,000 social homes, which were that was effectively the words of the Minister last week. It's because he does not have... Yes.
I know the SDLP run the alternative Hansard in here, but even the SDLP's alternative Hansard will not find the words where I said you should be grateful.
I'm happy to take this intervention. I'm happy the Minister has clarified. I was paraphrasing. I don't have his precise words in front of him. He said that we should acknowledge the fact that those were 1,000 homes the families were going to be in. That's true. That is, of course, true. But our job is not to simply say, well, isn't it good that some people will benefit? It's wonderful that those families will benefit, but that's not the target. And that wouldn't be a good enough answer south of the border, so it's not a good enough answer here. And I recognise and accept that the powers in the north are different to powers in the south. But my job as the official opposition, in the same way the job of the opposition in the south, is to hold ministers to account for delivery for people. And if it makes people uncomfortable, that's fine too. Social houses are already way under where they need to be. There's now literally no chance we're going to come close to delivering those much-needed houses in places like my constituency, and particularly other areas where working-class communities need extra houses. A long way short of the ambition we were given just a few short years ago in this Assembly chamber of 100,000 and more homes over the next 15 years, barely 1,000 being delivered this year. But we're told that simply we should be, I guess, as it were, not to put words in the Minister's mouth, but we should be, I guess, grateful for what is being built. No, we should demand better. We should demand better from our budget, demand better from our governments. But it also comes back to the other issues that are connected to the delivery of social housing, one of which is, of course, water infrastructure. The wastewater funding of NI Water in this budget that we're authorising in this budget bill today does not even touch inflation, Mr Deputy Speaker. Everyone, from the Construction Employers Federation to housing associations to any academic who's looked at this, will say that one of the core drivers of unlocking housing in this country is our crumbling wastewater infrastructure. And by the way, that also goes for businesses. I'm sure you and every other MLA deals with these issues. There is no plan to fund and invest in our water infrastructure. There's a big report coming out about this tomorrow. The Finance Minister, who was previously Infrastructure Minister, appears at times to be in denial of this problem. Whenever the executive is challenged on it, it's simply the answer is, well, we don't want to do water charges. I agree, I don't want to do water charges either. But in that case, there needs to be an explanation for whether we're going to borrow more, whether there's going to be some kind of progress on some kind of developer charge, which is this thing that's been talked about but never explained, or simply left alone, so that the housing backlog, the businesses who can't invest, and all of the other challenges that come from having a crumbling wastewater infrastructure and the environmental damage is simply left to fester. I've just picked two connected things there, Mr Deputy Speaker. I haven't gone through a laundry list of all the ways in which the programme for government and this connected budget and this budget bill are failing the public of Northern Ireland, but I've given two: social housing and our crumbling wastewater infrastructure. Those are two areas where we have no clarity, no ambition, no delivery. And when it's pointed out and ministers are challenged on it, we're told, people should be grateful. We're not. It's not good enough. Thank you.
Colin Gildernew, Chair of the Communities Committee.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I will be speaking in Irish. I rise as chairperson of the Committee for Communities to support the second stage of the Budget No. 2 bill. As members will be aware, this bill provides the necessary legislative authority for the spending plans detailed in the 25-26 main estimates that the Assembly considered last week. It is a procedural but indeed crucial step in enabling departmental expenditure for the year ahead. I would like to acknowledge the Minister's recent statement and briefings from his officials that highlighted financial pressures and clearly signposted the spending priorities for the current financial year. The Department for Communities carries an exceptionally broad remit, which is central to the well-being of our society, from social security, housing and employment support to regeneration, the arts, culture, heritage and our vital voluntary and community sectors. I have spoken recently in this chamber of the impact of the straitened financial times on the most vulnerable in our society and the uncertainty so many face. Uncertainty compounded by proposed changes to the benefit system coming from Westminster and a partial U-turn on winter fuel payments and a remaining threat to supports for many people. The committee continues to receive correspondence from the arts sector and beyond on the impact of financial decisions affecting their funding. This bill before us authorises significant sums for these functions, including a total net resource department expenditure limit of 954.9 million, as well as a total net capital DEL of 318.1 million. However, while this bill provides legal authority for these amounts and they may sound substantial, it is important to view them in the context provided to our committee by the department itself. This includes a stated non-ring-fenced resource DEL shortfall of some 98.6 million against the department's own identified requirements. This significant gap underscores a persistent issue. The overall block grant allocated to the North does not meet the objective needs of our people and public services. This financial reality means that while the budget bill authorises important expenditure, the Department for Communities is faced with making extremely difficult choices.
Culture, alien, sport, agus
this department has informed us the resource shortfall will limit investment in homelessness interventions, culture, art, sport and heritage sectors. The committee notes the funding for many areas will essentially remain at a standstill, which, given inflation pressures, presents a real-term challenge for service delivery. The committee also remains attentive to emerging pressures. This is an area where reliance on future uncertain in-year funding bids is projected, and similarly the resource gap the department itself has to manage in year will inevitably mean considerable strain on its arm's length bodies as well as the wider voluntary and community sector. Despite the ongoing insufficient funding settlement from Westminster, and we await the spending review this Wednesday with some concern, the Department for Communities has the responsibility to navigate these constraints and make fair and transparent decisions within the financial envelope authorised by this bill. The Minister and his officials will find in our committee willing partners in the crucial work of ensuring that priorities are justly determined and that resources are allocated effectively for the benefit of all of our communities. We hope and expect to have meaningful engagement in this regard, particularly when it comes to in-year bids and monitoring, which perhaps more than ever play such a significant role in funding frontline activities. Our scrutiny will continue to focus on ensuring that resources are deployed effectively, particularly to protect core services for the most vulnerable in our society, and we will also pay close attention to the development of the Department's 5-year financial plan. Ultimately, this budget bill is a necessary instrument for governance. However, true transformation of our public services require a more sustainable, multi-year funding model. From the British government, one that is genuinely based on the objective needs of our people and allows for strategic planning, complementing and a programme for government, as well as much need beyond addressing the most pressing in-year demands.
I call Diane Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and we are all well versed in the budget circumstances here. We know that we face pressures in delivering our public services in Northern Ireland. We know that Northern Ireland has long been underfunded, and our DUP leader Gavin Robinson MP has been leading the campaign for an improved funding package for Northern Ireland for some time, and we remain committed to fighting for that. And I welcome the Finance Minister's review of our funding and his progression of discussions with Treasury on our increased funding need here in Northern Ireland, and I hope to see this reflected in the comprehensive spending review this week. I also look forward to the spending review's announcement, which, as previously noted, is expected to set out resource spending for the next 3 years and capital spending for the next 4 years. And this will transform our ability to plan for better use of public money, improve delivery of public services, realise efficiencies, make strategies be underpinned by longer-term financing, and make huge strides in securing the status and existence of our voluntary and community sector as they deliver critical public services here in Northern Ireland. Our annual budgets make running public services and our economy here challenging, especially where we are rolling forward on vote on accounts and setting the budget bill at a point where we are already 3 months into the financial year and in the process of June monitoring. We are dealing today with this budget bill, and it's brought in front of us where we're facing extreme financial pressures, and this budget bill makes the best it can under the circumstances. Right across our departments, ministers have bid significantly more than they have been allocated in this budget, leaving disappointments right across the board with the allocations. But the ministers, the executive and us in this assembly have a responsibility to ensure our departments keep running, keep delivering essential public services to the best of their ability, and in order to do that they need the approval of this budget bill. And this year we are in the position where the budget is being brought forward following the publishing of an agreed programme for government. However, the budget available put constraints in place on how much can be delivered, and I'm disappointed the Leader of Opposition isn't in the chamber now, but he's very critical of the Communities Minister and his allocations on housing. But we can be assured if there was more money available to the Communities Minister, he would deliver more on housing. But budgets are constrained and our ministers are making the best of their allocations here. However, the ambition and commitment remains for any more monies that will become available to deliver for us here in Northern Ireland. We also face this spending review with the backdrop of uncertainty, with the unpredictable and disappointing actions of the Labour government in recent months. From taking the winter field payment from our pensioners, to the attacks on family farms, the hit to small businesses with moving to increase employers' national insurance contributions alongside minimum wage in one hit at short notice. The uncertainty is not good for financial planning. Our priority is approving an operational budget in Northern Ireland to keep our public services operating and delivering the best for us here. As we move in this budget, it's important that we ensure the best value for money is achieved in our public spending. We need to see real transformation of our public services. We need to see public money spent wisely, and I welcome the publication of the new public procurement policy statement last week. And as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, I am committed to ensuring that the £2 billion of goods and services procured each year are delivered by spending public money in the most transparent and efficient way. Another important point that came through us in the Public Accounts Committee was the management of capital projects, and where it can be cited that we face £3 billion of overspend on key projects, it is imperative that things are done differently. And my colleague Diane Dodds rightly highlighted last week that the hundreds of millions of pounds of overspend on capital projects in health could have paid for the mother and baby unit that we all wanted to see delivered, and many more much needed capital projects, including enhancements to Daisy Hill and Craigavon hospitals in my Southern Trust area. We need to work together to ensure the money that we receive is spent wisely. The financial package we received here required a balanced budget to be delivered, and there has not been a lot said about how this was achieved in 24-25, although not quite closed, but I wish to acknowledge this and commend all of the officials in the Department of Finance and across the civil service for their continued work on this, monitoring, reporting and managing the budget month in, month out. And also I extend thanks to the Finance Minister for the continued engagement of his officials with us in the Finance Committee. I genuinely believe that we have been able to improve some processes in working together and been able to share this with other committees to enhance budget scrutiny across the block, and I look forward to continuing to work closely with them going forward. However, I note 24-25 was a year where we had huge in-year allocations, the like of which we do not expect to see repeated in 25-26, so we do approach the year with caution. The 25-26 budget will be challenging, but Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP supports the progression of this budget number 2 bill today.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and as I open my remarks, I want to say it's notable that the opposition talks a good game about paying close attention and holding executive ministers to account. There's not currently one member of the opposition, official or unofficial, in this chamber actually scrutinising a really crucial piece of budget legislation, so perhaps the opposition might reflect on how effective they are at conducting their role in this chamber, Mr Speaker. It's all well and good making grand speeches for the cameras, but when the real work needs to be done, the opposition is nowhere to be seen. And I rise to support this bill at second stage, Mr Deputy Speaker, and also to support the bill proceeding by accelerated passage in order to ensure that departments have the statutory authority needed to draw down cash and to avoid the risk of them reaching spending limits previously set down by this Assembly. And I want to discuss some of the context. This bill comes after an unprecedented number of years in terms of financial challenges, be that the cycle of crisis and collapse here at the Assembly, a global pandemic, Westminster austerity, or the decision to leave the EU, which has deprived us of vital funds locally. And we know that working families in our constituencies are also facing that same enormous financial pressure. Our job in this chamber, Deputy Speaker, is to come together to offer hope, to transform public services, our economy and our communities. And the additional funding which has been provided through the UK Autumn Statement, and hopefully there will be some further funding through the Comprehensive Spending Review, is significant, but has fallen far short of the pressures facing executive departments. I think it's important to note, when we are discussing the context of our own financial position, that the UK Government has actually added to the challenges that we face as an executive in many ways, not least through the employer's national insurance contribution increase, which has shortchanged our public services by about £60 million. Tory austerity has been replaced in many respects by Labour austerity, with cuts dealt to the elderly through the winter fuel payments, and I have to say it's positive that there appears to be some progress on that this week. Cuts to support for the sick and disabled through welfare reform, and to farmers through inheritance tax changes. And as we await this week's spending review, I would say gently to the Chancellor that it is not too late to change course, to finally pursue progressive taxation, to invest in our public services and deliver the change that was promised at the general election last year. And whilst those of us in this chamber cannot possibly mitigate every cut that is made at Westminster, it does underline the need of having the importance of having a local executive in place to take difficult decisions and to prioritise spending in line with programme for government priorities and in the interests of the people of Northern Ireland. And I have to say, despite the challenging circumstances, I think it's also important to reflect on the progress which has been made in this year's budget, be that the £215 million ring-fenced to cut health waiting lists and invest in elective care, investment in childcare being doubled to £55 million with a 15% childcare subsidy scheme rolling out to eligible families with primary school-aged children from September, and also through the Public Service Transformation Board, £61 million being made available to improve access to GP services, £27.5 million to enhance support for children with special educational needs, and £21 million to speed up our justice system. I am proud, Mr Speaker, of the role that my party has played in the executive, working with other executive parties to secure that progress, but also the role that we played in negotiations prior to executive formation to make the case for dedicated funding for transformation of public services, which has made much of that investment possible. We are keen in Alliance to see the remaining £102.5 million of public service transformation money made available as soon as possible to support that vital work. There are undoubtedly areas where we must go further, but I want to be fair and say that I recognise that this is the opening position and we are likely to see some funding flow through monitoring rounds as the year progresses, albeit not to the level that we experienced last year. I'm sure every member in this chamber will agree, and indeed the Minister, that we want to see stabilisation of the PSNI and an uplift of PSNI officer numbers, and to do that it's vital that we see progress on the PSNI's business case, which is currently under consideration. I think it's also true to say that every member in this chamber would like to see additional investment and progress in respect of social housing. But it's not all about money. And where I actually do agree with the Leader of the Opposition is that we also must go further in respect of reform of public services to ensure that where we are making investments that money goes further. Because we often hear ministers decry lack of available funding, but often those same ministers are less forthcoming when it comes to honest reflections about the need to do things differently, and I think NI Water is a classic example of that. It is refreshing that this year we have returned to a normal budgetary cycle for the first time in many years, though it has to be said it is depressing that in this chamber that seems to be a novel feat. This is the 11th single-year budget cycle in a row, largely due to that crisis and collapse that I mentioned earlier, which has deprived our public services and the community and voluntary sector of key opportunities to plan for the medium and longer term and to make crucial reforms. And as I say every time we debate a budget bill, we cannot have financial sustainability without the political sustainability to underpin it, and so reform of our institutions remains absolutely crucial. Unlike last year, though, a 12-week public consultation has been undertaken on the underlying budget policy, enabling the public to make their views known, and the Minister's commitment that this will be the final single-year budget of this mandate is, of course, welcome. I hope we will be in a position this time next year to be debating a strategic multi-year budget with the benefit of multi-year clarity, which will hopefully be forthcoming from the spending review this week. Alliance has consistently argued that the 124% needs-based factor provided for in the restoration package does not adequately account for Northern Ireland's relative need, not least because of the particular considerations in respect of policing and justice, but also because of issues like the rurality of our population and the significant role that agriculture plays in driving our economy. And it is welcome that the Department commissioned a study by Professor Holtham building on the progress made through the interim fiscal framework, and I think we all await eagerly the outcome of that work and that negotiation which has been undertaken by the Department of Finance and Treasury. It's also vital, though, that we hear more from the Minister about his priorities for a new and permanent fiscal framework, including on issues like fiscal devolution, so that we can make our system fairer, more progressive, and that we can support economic growth. Ultimately, Deputy Speaker, as is always the case, the fundamental question before us today is not whether we believe that each individual spending decision of each minister in the executive is wise. It's not that we believe the budget is adequate or sufficient for the scale of departmental pressures that we face. It is first and foremost about whether we believe those allocations are fair in the circumstances, but more fundamentally about ensuring that departments have the legislative cover to continue delivering public services without interruption. With the Assembly in place now for just over a year, progress towards more sustainable public finances has been made, and for our part in Alliance we will continue to work with the Finance Minister and other parties to secure the investment in our public services and our communities that we so desperately need and that they so desperately deserve. Today's second stage debate on the budget bill is another important milestone on that journey, and so Alliance will support the budget bill today. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
And thank you. Members, the next item of business on the order paper is question time. I therefore propose by the Assembly to suspend this sitting until 2 p.m. This debate will continue after the urgent oral question, when the next member to speak will be Robbie Butler. The sitting is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Members, sittings resumed. Questions to the Deputy First Minister. And I call, Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 1, please.
Minister.
Thank you. We are pleased to report that the competition to appoint a Commissioner for Public Appointments for Northern Ireland is well progressed. A Commissioner will be appointed as soon as possible following the conclusion of that appointment process. The First Minister and myself have agreed the person. They have to go through a number of checks before there is a public announcement around that, but that should happen very shortly.
Mr. Matheson.
Thank the Deputy First Minister for her answer. This has taken a staggeringly long length of time, given that we knew about this vacancy from when the institutions were restored. Can you give us any sense of when there's going to be a date for an appointment? I know certainly on committees, including Education Committee, there have been multiple queries around public appointments, and there's been no mechanism for scrutinising them.
The First Minister.
Thank you. Yes, that person will have to formally accept. They have a period of time in which to do so. In addition to that, once they accept, they have to go through, understandably, a number of checks and statutory checks as well. I think that process normally takes a period of about 10 days after the acceptance. So we would hope to be in the position to make that name public in the next number of weeks.
Hargey.
The Deputy First Minister agree that all public appointments should be made on the basis of merit?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, the approach to public appointments is set out in relation to the legislation and the guidance. Of course, we operate in many of those appointments in accordance with or in the spirit of, as opposed to that being a regulated appointment of the Commissioner's office. And of course, those people must be suitable for the role in which they put their name forward.
Hbert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for your answers thus far, Deputy First Minister. Could you maybe provide an update on the current Victims Commissioner's vacancy, please?
Thank you. Yes, I am pleased to also announce that we have selected a person to be the new Victims and Survivors Commissioner. That person has accepted that position and they are undergoing the final stages of those statutory checks that I had referred to. So on this one, we do hope to be in a position to make that name public in the next number of days.
Question 2 has been withdrawn. I call Paula Bradshaw.
We are committed to establishing the Office of Identity and Cultural Expression along with the Irish Language Commissioner and the Commissioner for the Ulster Scots and Ulster British tradition and making the appointments as soon as possible. All 3 recruitment competitions are now at an advanced stage. Interviews are due to take place in the coming weeks and appointments will then be made.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. I welcome that update. I wonder, can you speak to the FICT report and the section within it around bonfires? You'll know that there is a wide range of legislation that touches upon the outskirts of bonfires, but I wonder, could you clarify whether the new director will have a role in trying to provide greater clarity and certainty for landowners around their responsibilities where bonfires are being constructed? Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. As the member will be aware from the legislation that was passed through Westminster, the OIS, as it's referred to by the office sitting at the centre, doesn't have that specified as a statutory function, but there is a discretion and a flexibility in terms of the work that they do. There is a statutory responsibility around promoting reconciliation, and I have no doubt that there will be a number of issues that people will seek for the body to take forward, albeit with sensitivity, with co-production, with speaking to all of the key stakeholders and trying to promote reconciliation and all of that.
Gemma Dillon.
Can the Deputy First Minister provide an update on the current position for each competition?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. Yes, the appointments process is well underway, and as I understand it, the shortlist for interview has now gone out, and those are shortly to take place. Those should be concluded throughout June, and at that point, the First Minister and myself will be able to get a list for each of the appointment processes of those that are deemed appointable, which we will then consider.
Deputy First Minister, we often hear the line that political agreements need to be honoured. There was a clear commitment given by the UK Government to fund the work of the Castlereagh Foundation and indeed to restore Craigavon House. Would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that they need to get on with doing so? And would she further support the campaign by my colleague Frank McCubry to have Fernhill House brought back into use as soon as possible?
Deputy First Minister.
Okay, thank you. I thank the member for his important question. Look, our history and our heritage is so important to protect in terms of the stories of our past and a part and parcel of who we are, but important too for moving forward in terms of the educational pieces about recognising the complexity and the nuances of our past. These are incredible buildings that within them, indeed, they saw incredible things. The UK Government promised to support the restoration of Craigavon House, and indeed on the Castlereagh Foundation, which is within that legislation passed by Westminster, that will be a responsibility under OIS, the Office of Identity, to establish. They have a statutory power to establish that for the specified purposes. So I also agree with them absolutely on Fernhill House. It's a real pity that these houses are sitting there with all of that history and all of that potential to tell the story of this place, and they do not currently have that funding support that they require to make them usable again and to make sure that they are protected moving forward.
We could hear members conversing up at the chair here, so in general, if members, if they want to say something to their colleagues, if they can do it quietly, please. Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, further to the previous question, Deputy First Minister, lots of the public watching this won't know what the Castlereagh Foundation is. It emerged in a private bilateral discussion between, I believe, your party and the then Tory government. Can I ask what the Castlereagh Foundation is? Perhaps you'd like to put it on the record, and have you had any discussions with the First Minister about the establishment of it?
Thank you. Yes, the member is correct that the Castlereagh Foundation was a body that was set up in response to the significant amount of north-south bodies and groups that there are in terms of looking at a better cooperation north and south. This is a body that was designed to look at better cooperation across the UK, particularly in terms of east-west. That is in light of huge amounts of funds going towards that sort of north-south cooperation. Indeed, some good organisations working in that space, such as Cooperation Ireland, for example. So this is to be really a Cooperation UK to make sure that there's opportunities right across, not just with universities, young people, civic business groups. There's so much that we can learn from each other, and yet there hasn't been that focus or support for that east-west work outside of the political space. So of course in that legislation there was provision for the Office of Identity to create the Castlereagh Foundation for the purposes set out.
Emma Sheeran. Minister.
I presume the member is asking for oral question number 4. I don't speak Irish, so I'm assuming that's what you're asking. We are committed to establishing an Office of Identity and Cultural Expression, along with the Irish Language Commissioner and the Commissioner for Ulster Scots and Ulster British Tradition, and making the appointments as soon as possible. All 3 recruitment competitions are now at an advanced stage. Interviews are due to take place in the coming weeks, and the appointments will then be made.
Sharon.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Deputy First Minister for that answer.
The document in front of you. Can you detail what work the Executive Office has done to progress these bodies?
Minister.
I thank the member for her question. Yes, the member will be aware that we have progressed the business cases for all 3 bodies. Those have now been processed through. Those were predicated on a relatively initial amount of money for each, £1 million for each of the Commissioner offices, and about 1.6 million for the Central Office, the Office of Identity. Those will very much rely at this stage on the statutory functions as set out. But of course, what will need to happen then is when those positions are filled, the Commissioners and those in the Office of Identity will then put together their business plan and their corporate plan and their staffing requirements. Of course, it is important in all of these things that we move forward in a fair and equitable way to make sure that all bodies get the support that they need and require.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks also to the Minister.
Just to be more specific about the appointments process, do you have a timeline? Because there are many people, specifically in the Irish language community like myself, and I'm sure others, who are a bit, at the moment, they see a lot of delay around this process, which was anticipated to be happening much earlier than now. So a timeline or a time frame would be very much appreciated by those communities.
Minister.
Thank you. Thank the member for his question. As indicated, we anticipate all of the interviews to be concluded by officials and by those interview panels in the month of June. At that point then, there will be a list of those who have deemed appointable under each post that will be submitted to the First Minister and I for consideration. I share the member's concern in terms of the length of time public appointments now take. And that is why we have asked for an official within the department to be that single point of contact, a single responsible person, to ensure that when there is a date coming up for either a renewal or for a post to have to be filled, that we are starting that process at a much earlier stage. In terms of the putting together of the documentations, going out for interview, getting people to come in, getting those people interviewed and processed, and then the list to come up takes almost 12 months at the very least. That is a lengthy period of time, and that's why we must start that process sooner rather than later.
I remind members it is a basic courtesy not to walk between 2 people when they are having an engagement. I've spoken a few times in this before, and hopefully not have to remind members again not to be doing it. Melissa McHugh.
Kesh the Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 5.
Thank you. Alongside the continued delivery of the current racial equality strategy, work is ongoing to develop a new approach to this important issue post-2025. This remains a key priority, and we will continue to engage with stakeholders, including on the racial equality subgroup and the wider sector, to inform our approach. We launched a call for views earlier this year to assist with the development process, and an analysis report is being finalised for publication. We are also finalising a review of the race, hate and violent disorder we unfortunately witnessed last summer to ensure learning can inform future work. We have taken knowledge from other programmes which deal with societal issues, and our focus is on identifying preventative actions and effective interventions to tackle racial inequality.
Mr. McHugh.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers to date.
On the refugee integration strategy and how it will be implemented and funded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I'm pleased to say that the refugee integration strategy has been published and that's available online. We'll be continuing to work, particularly with the sector and with those bodies, to ensure the rollout of that. The member will be aware that this is not a devolved issue. We've had significant engagement on this issue, though, with the Home Office and the UK Government. Indeed, when I was over in London just a couple of weeks ago, I took the opportunity to attend that interministerial governmental meeting personally and in person in order to talk to the Minister of State, David Hanson, in relation to the ongoing issues, because it's not just about refugee integration. We know that there's a whole range of pressures around this. Some of those pressures are within workplaces, but some of those pressures are within the community in terms of housing and public service as well. It's a really important issue. It's an important issue to get the tone right on, but it's also important that we raise those very understandable pressures that are being faced by communities right throughout Northern Ireland.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers thus far. Deputy First Minister, you're aware of the huge level of concern there is right across the United Kingdom, in particular with regards to illegal immigration, particularly with the strain on social services, housing, hospitals. So can I ask the Deputy First Minister, was she reassured by the Government's response in terms of the conversations on the White Paper, whether these issues will be adequately targeted?
Minister.
I thank the member for his important question. This is such a significant issue facing many communities, as I said, across Northern Ireland. The meeting dealt with two aspects of it. One was the legal migration and the workforce requirements, and the second was that illegal immigration issue. Of course, we know that there are businesses that rely on that labour from across the globe. Many of those great businesses right again throughout Northern Ireland. There's also a need for us to attract the brightest and the best, regardless of where those people are from, in terms of growing our cybersecurity, our tech, our AI, advanced engineering, and there can be a huge contribution through that. But we also know that the scourge of illegal economic immigration does need to be tackled, because it is putting a huge amount of pressure on. There's two aspects of that. There is supply and demand, but we know when it comes to public services, should it be education or GPs, or in relation to housing in particular, more and more people are finding it incredibly difficult to be able to get access to housing, including just renting housing. And yet there is that pressure coming on. So we need to deal with this in a logical way, in a rational way, but one that recognises those understandable concerns that communities have when they cannot access housing, education, health, and those basic public services that not just that they should demand, but indeed that they absolutely need.
Danny Donnelly.
And thanks to the Deputy First Minister for her answers so far. Could I ask what precise steps have been taken to update the race relations order?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. A significant amount of work has been undertaken. He will be aware that the public consultation came to a conclusion some time ago. We also, as indicated, put out that call for views. That was an online survey. I have to say I would have liked more engagement with that, with those from the ethnic minority and racial minority groups here in Northern Ireland, to get that sense about their lived experience of these matters. But we will be bringing forward those proposals in terms of the legislation that is required. He will be aware it is in the legislative timetable for the Executive Office, so we're intending to try to move forward with that as quickly as possible, recognising the limited amount of time that is left in this term.
Peter Ferguson.
Speaker, question number 6.
Thank you. Abercorn Plaza is leased to Heron Property Limited. In recent months, both Alchemy Technology Services Limited and Ernst & Young have opened new offices in Abercorn Plaza, bringing a combined total of around 250 jobs to the area. Indeed, the First Minister and I were delighted to attend the official opening of both offices. It really was a good news day for the North West. And although the TEO has no role in securing underlettings for Abercorn Plaza, we have invested £37 million over those years in the transformation and regeneration of the entire Abercorn site, and are delighted that it is now almost fully occupied and thriving. The Department continues to work with tenants and stakeholders to showcase Abercorn and to ensure it plays its part by creating opportunities and attracting investment to help create a dynamic business hub.
Mrs. Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Deputy First Minister for your answers thus far. Minister, can you set out the current position and just in relation to the transfer of the Abercorn site to Derry City and Strabane District Council? Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. You will be aware that the site was due to transfer some number of years ago and it never happened, and that was for a range of understandable reasons, and some was about just the general delay. Those talks are underway with the local council. The local council will of course want to have some support and guarantees in terms of that site to make sure it can continue to be, as it is now, thriving and a place that attracts everyone. In that transfer as well, I think it is really important important that we make clear that this is a site of reconciliation. It is a site of bringing people together. It is a site that needs to be welcoming to all parts across the community, and that's very much at the centre of the discussions we're having with the local council, which are currently at an advanced stage.
Cheryl Brownlee.
To the Deputy First Minister for her answer so far. So, Deputy First Minister, will you join with me in welcoming the All-Ireland Pipe Band Championships to Epperton this summer, and in recognising the positive social, cultural and economic benefits that our marching band scene bring here in Northern Ireland?
Thank you. Yes, absolutely fantastic that the Epperton site will be hosting this spectacular display in terms of the Pipe Band Championships. It is estimated that there will be in around 10,000 there. So I would really appeal, if you're around the area, do travel there. It's going to be a really, really good day, and I know the folks up in the Northwest are really looking forward to it. The First Minister and myself had the opportunity to formally launch that as well, so really looking forward to that. And indeed, it does play into the incredible depth and richness that we have here in our marching band scene. I was really pleased that my colleague Gordon Lyons was able to increase that fund, but as the member knows, there is much more demand than what has been supplied. So this year, of course, we are looking forward to trying to support our marching band scene again. It's not just in terms of the value that gives to the members of the bands, the music that they play, but it's also that value that they give back in terms of the amount of money that the band scene generates within and across the years as well. And it is important that we do recognise the value of that, and we're very, very proud of our marching band scene here in Northern Ireland.
David McLaughlin.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister, for your answers. Local residents and businesses have raised concerns with me in relation to about ongoing issues on the site, particularly around cleanliness, around access to toilets, illegal parking, etc. And based on the new entrance that we have there in Alchemy and EY, and also the events that you've just spoken about, it's really important that that site is clean and safe for everybody that shares it. What is your department doing to ensure that the site is safe and welcoming?
Thank you. As I said, look, we've invested £37 million in this site. And when we were up a number of times since we took these offices, I have to say I thought Edmonton Square was looking really, really well. We visited the hotel there, looked around it. The new buildings in Abercorn Plaza are absolutely amazing. They're really cutting edge, fit for purpose in the modern world buildings. And we look forward to the site being filled with those workers, with those visitors. I know that the events have been hugely successful there as well. So I am very proud of what we've achieved in Edmonton. Of course, the issues that she has raised, those must be and continue to be addressed. I had asked about any of the anti-social or other issues on the site, and I have been assured that there is very, very low levels of any at all in terms of problems that would encounter the PSNI. So I think it's a really positive message. It's a strong, safe, welcoming to all site, and I really encourage visitors and locals to use it alike.
Egan.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Junior Minister Cameron will answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been significant progress on the actions contained in the first Ending Violence Against Women and Girls delivery plan since it was launched last September. The local and regional EVOG change plans represent a £3.2 million investment for community and voluntary sector organisations in partnership with local councils. And we have been delighted to see the impact of the funding at grassroots community level. Councils are embedding action to end violence against women and girls into their service delivery and developing signposting and resources for local communities. In addition, 8 community and voluntary sector expert organisations are now delivering activity that will strengthen the impact and reach of EVOG expertise and programmes which support schools, communities and workplaces. The Power to Change campaign, in partnership with the Department of Justice and the PSNI, aims to challenge the unacceptable attitudes and reduce harmful behaviours of men and boys. Work is progressing at pace in the development of the second phase of campaign work on EVOG, and we look forward to sharing more of that with you soon. We're only too aware, of course, of the serious and long-lasting impact of online abuse, and many people in this chamber will have first-hand experienced this form of abuse. I, along with Junior Minister Riley, have met with Ofcom, which has the responsibility for online safety under the Online Safety Act, to outline our concerns. We've also established key sectoral working groups to identify key actions to improve outcomes for women and girls in educational, workplace, social and nighttime settings, and we intend to provide a progress report to the Executive very soon.
Second.
Thank you, Junior Minister. The Ending Violence Against Women and Girls Change Fund is obviously very welcome, but could I ask how your department works with local councils to evaluate and monitor how that's being spent?
Minister.
Okay. Thank you, and thank the member for that very important question. And the Change Fund is a very important part of this delivery, and of course we are investing that £3.2 million up to March 2026 in community-based action to help violence against women and girls. And the Change Fund, the member will know, is providing grant funding direct to the local grassroots community groups to build capacity and allow them to take local action. And then the Regional Change Fund is providing grants to regional expert organisations in this field to support their awareness raising, prevention and capacity building work. The Executive Office have supported all 11 councils to open local change funds totalling £1.4 million, and these schemes are making awards to local groups ranging from £1,000 to £25,000. Activity funded under the Local Change Fund is well spread across all communities, including youth groups, sports organisations, schools, businesses, arts sector and organisations supporting minority ethnic people, people with disabilities and, of course, neurodiverse people. In support of the Local Change Fund, all councils have also utilised the Momentum support, which is totalling £655,000 over the January to March 2025 period, with a diverse range of initiatives delivered to raise awareness and public engagement on EVOG. This strategic investment by Executive Office has mobilised all 11 councils to bringing EVOG to the fore in each locality, raising awareness and establishing the basis for longer-term coordination. 8 of the EVOG export organisations are now delivering as part of the £1.2 million funding for Regional Change Fund, which covers activity from the 1st of January 2025 to the 31st of March 2026. And this collective body of work will strengthen and impact the reach of EVOG expertise and programmes, offering key regional, community and voluntary sector organisations to support schools, communities and workplaces. Thank you.
Linda Dillon.
And thank the member for the previous question. I think it's very important for us to understand that evaluation process to make sure we're getting the best value for money. But can the Minister please outline for me how TEO are working collaboratively across the Executive to ensure that we're tackling violence against women and girls, and can you tell me what the expected outcomes of that collaborative work would be?
Thank you, and thank the member for the question. And it should have added, I know my question went on, then my answer went on the last one, that we will absolutely evaluate all the outworkings of this. In terms of the collaborative work of the Executive, working better together is one of the 6 outcomes of the EVOG strategic framework, and it's embedded in the programme for government as well. Work is ongoing collaboration with a range of departments, including education, health and justice, and we remain committed to this approach with all the executive departments. It's worth noting too that just last week that Junior Minister Riley and myself chaired the second EVOG oversight group, which includes all of the departments at a senior level, and very importantly and crucially the community and voluntary sector, who also have been instrumental in the co-design of that strategy. So it's vital that that cooperation continues throughout the EVOG strategy and delivery, as these organisations are the experts, of course, in that field.
Done.
Thank you. We had a wide-ranging discussion with Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer at our meeting on the 23rd of May. On the funding of public services, we discussed the forthcoming spending review, which is due to be announced this Wednesday, and pressed on him the need for the Executive to be funded fairly and sustainably, and at a level which will enable us to deliver the public services our community need and expect. We also expressed our concerns about the impact of changes, for example, to inheritance tax, and also the increases in employers' national insurance contributions on the local economy.
Mr. Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for the answer. And as you rightly say, the spending review is on Wednesday. What are the Executive's key priorities coming forward that you wish to see on Wednesday?
Thank you. I thank the member for a hugely important question. I know that people right throughout Northern Ireland see every single day the requirements of what we need to do in terms of each of our departments. They see potholes on the roads, they see a health waiting list, they see an inability to be able to get access to their GP when they need it. They see waiting lists in relation to SEN, they see the need for affordable and flexible childcare. They see the need for that investment in our water and sewage infrastructure. These are the key priorities in terms of supporting people, no matter what their background, no matter what their politics, in order to support people to be happy, to thrive, to get the jobs that they want to get with the education they need to get it. We really need to invest in those public services. We anticipate some additional capital funding. We need to look, particularly in relation to our draft investment strategy for Northern Ireland, as to how that can be invested, but it is incredibly important that we support the investment in those public services that people are crying out for right throughout Northern Ireland.
I could thank the Deputy First Minister for her answers, but following on from the previous question, can the Deputy First Minister detail what the Executive is actually doing to secure a fair fund model to deliver public services?
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. As I've set out, we need that funding for our roads, for our schools, for our hospitals. We need that investment in water and sewage. We need to support people with the public services that they not just need, but of course that they deserve. And that is why there's been a whole series of engagements with the UK Government. The Finance Minister was over in London having those direct conversations, but of course the First Minister and myself have taken the opportunity to put those asks directly to the Prime Minister. And I can assure a member we did so robustly. We did so making clear that we are up to the challenge and for the challenge of transformation and reform. No one is simply saying give us more money and we will continue to do what we're doing in the way that we're doing it. We are up for that very, very significant and ambitious agenda for transformation and reform, but we do need the money to invest to transform and that funding to support people right now in terms of those frontline services.
Paul Robinson.
Number 9, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy First Minister.
We regularly meet with the UK Government on a wide range of issues that matter to people here. Our priorities for engagement are focused on delivering for citizens at home and promoting Northern Ireland as a stable and successful region and ensuring our international partners recognise our many strengths. Prior to the UK-EU summit of the 19th of May, we attended the Interministerial Group on UK-EU relations held on the 12th of May, where we highlighted the issues around the Windsor framework. And I would say very, very clearly to the UK Government, the UK Government promised the people of Northern Ireland unfettered internal trade. And that is a promise they must fulfil. It is our role to continue to hold their feet to the fire to ensure that they do so. The internal market of the United Kingdom is incredibly important to Northern Ireland. The promises were made, the promises must be fulfilled.
Moving on to topical questions, Matthew O'Toole.
Speaking of promises made, it was 12 years ago tomorrow that the last match was played at Casement Park. Gaels and GAA fans throughout Ulster and Ireland now have a real expectation that on Wednesday additional funding to rebuild Casement Park will be allocated. Deputy First Minister, to that end, can I ask whether you support additional funding? More importantly, if additional funding is forthcoming from the UK Government, will you work, but more is necessary from the Executive, will you work to facilitate extra funding, and will you react positively to the rebuilding of Casement Park?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his question. The member will be more than aware that it was a promise that was made but was not fulfilled, not because of a lack of political will, but of course because of a lengthy process in terms of planning challenges and all types of logistical issues which were outside of the control of the Northern Ireland Executive. At the time that the allocation was made to rugby, to football and to the GAA, that was done in a fair and equitable way which recognises the strengths, the relative strengths of each of those organisations in terms of support, in terms of players, in terms of supporters, etc. It is important as we move forward that we do so on a fair and equitable basis. Sport right throughout Northern Ireland and many, many different areas are crying out for that support. and that funding to enable them to reach their full potential. We want that to be inclusive, but in that inclusivity it must be fair and equitable. It cannot just be a special case for one particular organisation or sport.
Mr. O'Toole.
Deputy First Minister, with respect, you didn't answer my question. I, of course, want equitable funding for other grounds. Ravenhill and Windsor are both in my constituency. I'm glad that they're there and they're thriving. But Casement Park has lain idle for 12 years. I'm not a unionist, but if I were a unionist, I would think the best possible way of demonstrating to nationalists that Northern Ireland is working is building a world-class GAA stadium in the middle of West Belfast. Do you support it being built? Will you work in the executive to get it built, including with additional funding if necessary?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his follow-up question. I have said very, very clearly an allocation was made. And indeed, we stand by that allocation at the time that was made because, of course, this was a three-sport arrangement and that was allocated across those three sports in a fair and equitable way. Now, since that, for reasons outside of the control of the executive or any political party, the Casement project did not proceed at the time where it was anticipated to do so. That project is now significantly bigger than the original allocation, which I think was around £61 million. As highlighted in earlier answers, there are many, many pressures right across government. That includes those that are sitting in pain on waiting lists. That includes children who need that special educational needs assessment. That includes really vital things. And in all things, we have to look at moving forward to meet those needs. Of course, we want our sporting stadia and facilities to be fit for purpose, and indeed to make sure that any allocation of funding is done in a fair and equitable way.
Stuart Dixon.
Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister. Deputy First Minister, given the recent revelations that millions of public funds have been spent through communities and transition programmes, and some of that money has been allocated to organisations led by individuals with serious paramilitary convictions, including murder and kidnap, can the Deputy First Minister explain what safeguards are in place to ensure full accountability, transparency and indeed public confidence in how these funds are awarded and monitored?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. We believe in transition. We believe in the ability of people to move on from where they once were. But of course that must mean that they do move on. We will offer that support to those who have indicated a willingness to do so. But of course we must protect public funds in every way possible. That's why we've got the procedures in place to make sure that there is full accountability for public funds, and indeed those working within organisations within CIT sign up to a declaration which commits them to exclusively peaceful means, and indeed if any allegations are made against individuals, those are raised with that particular organisation, and a full investigation would be required by that organisation depending on the type of allegation that has been made.
Mr. Dixon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. So, Deputy First Minister, can you explain to us how the public could have confidence in the Executive's commitment to genuine community transition when one funded group saw fit to take an away day for young people to Larne last year to observe the largest bonfire in Northern Ireland? Minister, what message does that send to communities genuinely trying to move beyond division?
Sir.
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Of course, the cultural traditions and the identities of people should be respected right across the piece. The member may not like that particular tradition, but he doesn't have to. He does, however, have to respect the fact that there is difference in identities here and that people have pride in their traditions, very, very long running traditions as well. But as indicated in the initial response, we make sure that all funds are fully accounted for, that they are carried out in a way which is in line with what they are given for, and indeed if there's any allegations, those are fully investigated.
Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy First Minister will recognise the funding pressures the Executive is facing, particularly in policing. What more can the Executive do?
Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. Confidence in policing and justice is hugely important, but it's also important that policing and justice get the support that they need in order to do what they need to do. And we've heard very clearly from the Chief Constable the pressures that the PSNI are currently under. We need to step up and support the police. It is our police officers that go out day in and day out on the front line doing what they need to do to protect and to serve, and they do deserve then to get that funding that is required for them to fulfil the duties and do what they need to do.
Mr Robinson.
Thank you again, Mr Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy First Minister for her response. Deputy First Minister, will there be opportunities from this week's spending review for extra money for policing?
Look, absolutely. We are hopeful that we will get some additional funds, and that not only that, but it will be over a number of years. As part of that, I will be making the case for additional funds for policing. I think those are absolutely necessary. The PSNI need to be given the funds that they require in order to fulfil what it is that they need to do, which is to protect the people of Northern Ireland and, of course, to bring criminals to justice.
Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, in recent weeks and months, we have witnessed deeply disturbing incidents of sectarianism and racist intimidation where families have been threatened and in some cases have had to move out of their homes, including in Suffolk, North Belfast and in the Deputy First Minister's Lagan Valley constituency. Would the Deputy First Minister agree with me that this behaviour is deplorable, unacceptable and has no place in our society? Thank you.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. There is no space for sectarianism in our society, and whether that comes from thugs who are threatening others, from people who are attempting to intimidate, or bands or singers or whatever else, people who are trying to put across clear messages which are deeply sectarian, it is wrong. And we need to call it out at every single level. One is not just a bit of a laugh and the other to be called out. We need to have a consistency across that from top to bottom. Sectarianism is wrong. Call it out.
Mrs Ferguson.
Thank you, Deputy First Minister. And likewise, loyalist paramilitaries are behind many of these disgraceful acts or attacks that I have mentioned. Does the Deputy First Minister agree with me that it is entirely unacceptable that in 2025 loyalist paramilitary groups still exist, intimidating families and exerting control over communities? And would you also agree with me, that these criminal gangs should immediately disband and leave our communities and families to live in peace? Thank you.
First Minister.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. This isn't about just calling out one side, and I would appeal to the member to make sure that, in terms of calling this out, that she calls out all sides on this, because there are activities from criminal organisations, from dissident Republicans, there's a glorification of terrorism of the past, and there is ongoing threats and intimidation in some places. We have come a long way, but there is still a journey to go. And I do believe that not only should we stand shoulder to shoulder and call out all sectarianism and intimidation, we should do so not just of that which is happening now, but of all of that terrorism, intimidation and sectarianism that happened in the past. And we do not send that clear message to a new generation when we partake in the glorification of terrorism. And that is why it is important for us to do so, not just in the present, but of course to condemn the absolutely unjustified acts of terrorism and sectarianism of the past.
David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, about a month ago I asked the Deputy First Minister around the Maze Long Kesh site, and she answered to deal with sensitivity and but we need to build consensus, but also her desire to see the site developed, which was repeating lines that she said before. But can the Deputy First Minister give us an update on the actions that she's taken since she said this in this chamber in the last month to progress this site onwards?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question, and again I echo what I said on that occasion. I do want to see the site move forward. As I've said, that can only happen, I think, in a space where indeed we work with people in terms of the sensitivities, very genuine sensitivities and hurt about things that happened on that site. But as indicated, I don't believe that continued discussions on the listed buildings should hold back the economic development on that site. That economic development is not controversial, and it could be happening right now if indeed there was agreement with the First Minister to allow that to happen. What happens with the listed buildings in the future is always going to be the most difficult aspect of the site. At the moment, that discussion is holding back the rest of the site, and I would appeal, of course, to the First Minister to allow for the economic development of the rest of the site. Not just economic, we know the sporting potential, we know a huge range of other uses that could happen on that site, to get it moving while we continue to have those discussions around the listed buildings.
Mr Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and thank you for your answer. We've heard this before, and this goes round and round and round and round, and we never get anywhere. We're tired of inaction, we're tired of platitudes, we're tired of words words. We need action, and sensitivity cannot continue to be an excuse for doing absolutely nothing. Is there the actual political will within our own party to actually see this site opened up and see the benefits for everyone in Lagan Valley, that we will have all those economic benefits, and we'll see this progress into the future?
Thank you. I thank the member for his follow-up question. Look, I don't live in a world of wishes and lullabies. I live in a reality, and that reality is that we need to get agreement in terms of the future of this site. I believe we do have agreement on about 95% of the site. That is around sporting, community, nature. It's around economic development. That can't go ahead at the moment because there is not agreement on the listed buildings. And as indicated to you, the thing that will lift that is by the First Minister agreeing with myself to allow that potential to go ahead on the least controversial aspects of the site, while we continue to work with stakeholders and others to find a possible future use in terms of the listed buildings. That's the reality. That's what I'm hearing on the ground in Lagan Valley. I'm not sure if he is not hearing that on the ground in Lagan Valley. But of course, I want to see the fulfilling of the potential, and we'll have to move forward with sensitivity in relation to that.
Donnelly.
And thanks to the Minister for her answer so far. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister what evidence she has seen, if any, that provision of public services in schools, hospitals and housing are impacted by illegal immigration?
Thank you. Well, I would advise the Minister, certainly from my viewpoint, that it's just very basic and very logical. The provision of public services have two aspects: supply and demand. There is much more that we need to do in terms of ensuring our GPs, our health service, houses, that those can be in increased supply to meet the demand. But an increased demand inevitably means there's additional pressure on supply. That is just logical.
Mr. Donnelly.
Speaker, that doesn't sound much to me like evidence, and I would just like to ask the Deputy First Minister, how do illegal immigrants get places in schools, on health waiting lists, or obtain a social home?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure what the member means, because of course they go into a list and they're allocated a place in terms of in terms of the wider issue of immigration. I have visited many primary schools where there are children there from all over the globe. And many of those are from families contributing positively to Northern Ireland. Of course they are. But look, I would advise the member that in this debate, whenever you have an increase of a population in a town or in a village or in a city, then there is a corresponding need for services for those people. Of course there is, because you need to meet a health need, you need to meet an education need for children, you need to meet the housing need. It would be deeply irresponsible to put hundreds of people or scores of people in particular places and not have the services to meet that need. So look, let's try to have a logical conversation about this, not one that is based on a back and forth about ideological positions. It is very simple. If you have some additional people coming in, you need to make sure we've got the public services to support that. At the moment, there is not that connectivity, there is not that planning, and there is pressure already within those public services, a pressure that we need to address.
Moving on to questions to the Minister for Communities. Just give a moment while the Minister gets to the desk. Thank you. If members could, who are leaving, could do so quietly, please. And I call Matthew O'Toole. Question 9 has been withdrawn.
Question 1, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I have, as I outlined last week.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you for the Minister's precise and concise answer. The allocation he has made, further to the allocation he received from the Finance Minister, shows that the Executive will fall not just short, but far short of its target for social home starts by the end of this mandate. So can he confirm on the record now that, given that the PFG promised nearly 6,000 social homes by the end of this mandate, that there is literally no way that that can be achieved based on the housing starts that he has announced this year?
Sure.
Well, Mr. Speaker, at the start of last year, I had the budget in place to build 400 social homes, new starts. We ended up with over 1,500.
So we don't judge the success of the executive as to where we are at the beginning of the year. Additional money will become available. We have the spending review later on this week as well, and I'm always looking for new and innovative ways to make sure that we can increase housing stock, and in particular social homes in Northern Ireland. That's something I've done. That's something that I am going to continue to do. However, I would note that in the debate last week on social housing, the member said that the executive need to deal with this issue via the housing supply strategy, which we hope will come forward at some point soon. The housing supply strategy was published in December 2024. If the member is going to pontificate about housing issues, he should at least furnish himself with the basics.
And I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Minister, I want to ask you about over 55s accommodation, because one of the issues which we get in my constituency all the time is older people who want to downsize, but they're saying that there's not the availability there for over 55 specific accommodation. Can you outline what plans you and your department have to either build or to repurpose specific over 55s accommodation?
Over 55s accommodation is a key part of the social homes that are offered through the Northern Ireland Housing Executive and other housing associations. Modelling is done and demand is counted, and then actions flow from that. But you're absolutely right to raise this issue. We need more social homes across all different categories. I'm well aware of that. We can only do what we can with the money that we have. I'm looking for more money, but I'm also looking at other ways of making sure that we can build more. And absolutely, if people are wanting to change and if there's that need there, we need to make sure that we're targeting that, because additional over 55s accommodation doesn't only help that age group, it helps in other areas where those homes can be freed up.
Thank you to the Minister. Minister, under the shared housing programme, under the social housing development programme, as was asked about in the question, can you confirm if you've undertaken an evaluation of the outcomes of the shared housing programme?
Minister. I don't have that information with me, but I'm happy to provide that to her to see whether or not there has been one done, but nothing come to my mind just at this moment in time.
Speaker, should more capital funding come through the spend review, as the Minister has mentioned? Is this department ready to go, and what number of homes could they deliver with additional funding?
Absolutely, we are ready to go, and that's always the case, that we have a plan. It's about getting the funding in place, and I have full confidence in the team, in the housing associations and the work through the housing executive to make sure that when additional capital funding is made available, that we're ready to go. That's actually why we were able to make some of the progress that we were last year when additional funding did become available.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as one of the areas in the programme for government with an actual target, does the Minister agree that there is in fact an onus on the Executive to prioritise capital to the social housing development programme?
Minister. I do agree, and not only do we have a programme for government commitment, but importantly we also have a housing supply strategy where executive colleagues have pledged to work together to identify the issues which impact upon supply so that we can target those and make sure that we have more homes and more social homes. And so it's only right that that is followed up by a commitment from the executive to ensure that I have the funding in place to do what I need to do to build more homes. But I'll also be doing my part in making sure that we are making it as simple and as straightforward as possible to build more homes, and I am bringing additional recommendations to the executive so that we'll be able to do just that.
Owen Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the remaining actions I will deliver in the current mandate are the introduction of longer notice to quit periods, amending landlord registration regulations to make the scheme a more meaningful tool in raising property standards, and considering the best way forward in terms of minimum energy efficiency standards for the private rented sector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, given that in recent weeks it's been reported that rents have risen faster in Belfast than in London over the past year, do you accept that none of those measures that you announced are sufficient to deal with the crisis, and will you consider a system of affordable rent controls?
I do accept that. What we need is more supply. That's why I brought forward a housing supply strategy. That's why we all need to work together to make sure that we can have more homes across all tenures. That's how we deal with the issues, because as the Deputy First Minister said just a few moments ago, the key issue here is supply and demand, and right now we do not have the supply.
Just McDonough.
Minister, have Renters' Voice and many other housing campaigners got it wrong when they called for the end to no-fault evictions?
The member will be aware of the work that has already been undertaken in regards to this issue, and indeed the work that began under my predecessor and that I am now continuing based on what was mandated by the Assembly, and that's why I will be introducing longer notice to quit periods.
Brett. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, the private rental market in my constituency of North Belfast is out of control. On a weekly basis, constituents come to me who have been long-term tenants, who have been evicted by their landlord in place of MERS contracts for which is absolutely disgraceful. And I see some members shaking their head because clearly they're not in touch with their real constituents. Can the Minister outline what actions he can do to ensure that the impact of illegal immigration is not increasing rent prices in my constituency?
It is interesting, Mr. Speaker, that what the member did at the start of his question was simply state fact. And that seemed to really rile up some members in this House. It is a fact that when you have that increased demand, it impacts on supply. And it is true that MERS are coming in and are increasing the cost of private rented sector accommodation. That is fact. I know that that might not be a comfortable fact for some people because it doesn't fit in with the arguments that they are trying to make. But in some constituencies you're seeing this very, very acutely. And I think that it's wrong for us to ignore that issue. We need to be aware of it, and the worst thing that we can do is to ignore it. The worst thing that we can do is to pretend that this is not an issue, or that it's simply something that we can sweep under the carpet. Now, I'm committed to doing my part in making sure we have that increased supply, but we do need to deal with the demand, and there is no doubt that the actions of MERS are impacting upon the housing market, and anybody that would argue otherwise is simply not in touch with reality.
Dixon.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Section 1 of the Act required the Executive Office to make period products available free of charge to anyone who needs to use them. As it's not a delivery body, the Executive Office partnered with Libraries NI, an arm's-length body sponsored by my department, to fulfil this duty. The initiative launched on the 13th of May 2024, and free period products are now available in all public libraries across Northern Ireland. Section 2 of the Act required executive departments to specify via regulations which public service bodies must provide period products on their premises, and the department's regulations were debated and approved by this House on the 6th of May.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, once implementation is complete, how will your department intend to monitor whether the provision is working, particularly in terms of dignity, choice and ease of access, as is required by the legislation?
Well, as the Minister rightly points out, it is a requirement of the legislation, and therefore we will need to monitor to make sure that it is fulfilling the law as we do with any regulations that come into being.
Martin.
Question 4, Mr. Speaker.
Sir.
With your permission, I will answer questions 4 and 7 together. My department is analysing the Supreme Court judgment and considering the potential implications of the ruling on policy responsibilities that rest with the department. Officials have also sought legal advice on this issue. Department officials will continue to work closely with Sport NI as they consider the impacts of this issue on the sports sector. It is my view, and therefore the view of the department, that only biological women should be participating in women's sports.
Mr. Martin.
Can I thank the Minister for his response, and I agree with him that only biological women should be competing with each other in female sporting codes. Can I ask him if he will commit to writing out to the sporting codes that his department funds to make them aware of the Supreme Court judgment and ask for a response from them?
Minister.
Yes, I will. We have had a clarification in law, not that one was needed, however we do now have that, and I think it's important that we abide by that ruling, that we abide by the law, and therefore I will be making sure that I take my responsibility seriously in that regard.
Timothy Gallison.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Minister, time needs called on biological men being able to compete in women's sports, full stop. In the event of sporting bodies failing to respect the law, what ramifications will there be for funding coming from the Minister's department and his arm's-length bodies to ensure full compliance with the law?
Of course, all bodies will need to be in compliance with the law. It's normally a condition of funding being in place, and absolutely that will be something that will be taken into consideration.
Selma Hold.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, what role do you think independent sports governing bodies have in decisions about how they're played, their own sports are played?
I would say that they have a considerable role to play on that. I will be issuing guidance and I'll be issuing advice, but ultimately it will be up for them to decide, but they will then need to consider whether or not they are in compliance with the law and the implications that that will have.
Mark Durgan.
Got the Cumcoily Kesh to Vercoig. Question 5.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Arts Council is an arm's-length body of my department tasked with the distribution of funding for the arts in Northern Ireland. It does not fund using place-based criteria. Belfast is the registered address for many organisations who in practice provide funding well beyond the Belfast postcode area, and so I would just caution that the funding statistics do not always tell the full story of where beneficiaries are located. However, I want to ensure that priority is given to provide support which reaches younger people, people from more deprived areas, and those living in rural areas and areas distant from Belfast, and those not currently engaged in cultural activities.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The statistics only tell the story when it suits the narrative. Would the Minister commit to meeting with Echo Dance, who recently received the shattering news that they're to lose 100% of funding, and indeed other arts organisations in the North West, to hear their concerns, yes, but also to improve his understanding of their value?
Well, let me say I certainly recognise and understand the value of the arts, and that's why I have done so much to promote the arts in Northern Ireland, as well as increasing their budget this year again. I've also provided capital funding for musical instruments programme, which goes right across Northern Ireland, a capital small grants programme that goes right across Northern Ireland, as well as developing an additional new small grants programme. And I've also developed an artists in residence programme for every single district council throughout Northern Ireland. I do understand the concerns that he has expressed in his own council area. He will recognise that it has 8% of Northern Ireland's population. It gets 12% of arts funding. My own council area has 7% of Northern Ireland's population, but only 0.6% of arts funding. I think that's disgraceful. That's why I'm working to make sure that we get that even spread across Northern Ireland, recognising that many arts organisations are based in cities as well. But I have done more to ensure a fair distribution and spread right across Northern Ireland, and I will continue to make sure that that's the case.
Buchanan.
Minister, for his answer so far. Minister, you touched on bonds funding there, and obviously that reaches, as you said, across Northern Ireland, rural, urban, everywhere. Can you give us an update when this scheme do you think will open?
Well, I think the member saw me outside earlier on today when I was with those who benefited from the musical instruments grant last year. It was great to hear from a wide variety of organisations, including school groups and other groups with children, about the impact that that is having. So I'm not able to confirm to him the exact time just yet, but it will be within days.
Honourable McMurray.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you, the Minister. Has the Department consulted with local authorities or community groups in the North West regarding barriers to accessing arts funding?
Sure.
Yes, I have talked to many groups right across Northern Ireland. However, I would make the case that these schemes are open to everybody on the same basis. No one is discriminated against on the basis of where they live. But I want to make sure that people know about the funding that is there, that they're able to access the funding that is there as well. And that's why I've taken the actions that I have, and I've invested some of our capital and resource monies into making sure that it gets out right across Northern Ireland.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker.
By the end of this month.
Mr. Chambers.
Thank you very much. I'm certainly grateful for the media headlines and the positive PR last week on the subject, but a large number of people that I've been speaking to in the last week are understandably saying, "I'll believe it when I see it." Is the Minister confident that we will see him in a high-vis jacket and a hard hat welcoming the first digger onto the site later this month and before the construction industry take their annual break in July? Thank you.
So the member complains about PR and headlines and wants me to come out and dress up for the event. I'm going to strongly, on this occasion, I'm going to strongly disagree with the member. The last few weeks have not simply been about PR or headlines. There has been intensive work that has gone on over the last few months. I committed to getting this project sorted. Mr Dunn had me out in Bangor within the first few weeks of my appointment in this post, and I've worked closely with the last two mayors in particular. I want to highlight the work of Alistair Cathcart and what he has done over the last number of weeks to make sure we got this over the line. We have an agreement in place. It is legally binding, and I'm going to make sure that we deliver on that. I have said publicly that I want to see that work starting by the end of this month, and I will be holding everybody else to account for that as well, to make sure that we do actually get that work started. Whether or not you'll see me in a hard hat and a high-vis vest is another matter.
Peter Martin.
Minister, will you continue to provide detailed oversight of the ongoing delivery of this major capital programme over the next number of years? And will we continue to see you look at the issues as they arise? And can I just finally just thank him for his commitment in making this project actually happen?
Yes, he can thank me for that, and I am delighted to get this over the line. The reason why is because the people of Bangor have been waiting far too long for this, and I know it was of concern to members in this House, but we have got there. There's a legally binding agreement in place, and I can assure him that I will put the same laser focus on making sure that this is delivered as I was, and making sure that the legalities got signed.
Andrew McMurray.
I didn't.
Connie Egan, sorry. Connie.
Thank you. Minister, as well as Queen's Parade, you are responsible for the disability strategy. So can I ask, will this new development be accessible to everybody in Bangor and have a changing places toilet and adequate accessible parking spaces?
Accessibility is key to everything that we do in the department, and it wouldn't make sense for us not to have that provision in place in terms of accessibility. And I'm happy, as time goes on, to update her on the progress that's made in relation to that.
John Stewart. Minister.
Sport NI has confirmed to me that they provided the following support through crowdfunder schemes such as Creating Opportunities and Project Reboot, £122.5 thousand of lottery funding to cricket clubs in the last 3 years, including £30,000 so far for 25-26 under the Sports System Investment Governing Bodies Programme. A total of £1.359 million has been invested in the last 3 years, and this investment, including £457,000 for 25-26, means that the number of children from Northern Ireland participating in Cricket Ireland's national junior programmes, Smash It and It's Wicket, has doubled from 496 to 1,000, and 8 disability groups, 5 youth groups, 10 migrant groups, 7 older adult groups have been engaged through Cricket Connects programmes, and there has been a 20% increase in the number of trained match officials.
Mr. Stewart.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the Minister for his answer and declare an interest as the President of Carrickfergus Cricket Club. As you know, Ireland is a test nation now, and we're all very proud of that. We have very many cricketers operating at the highest level, and I'm sure you'll join me in recognising the great work of our cricket clubs up and down the country, who promote not just youth cricket but also an encouragement for ladies getting involved in the sport as well. Sadly, Minister, far too many of these clubs are contacting me when I travel up and down the country, really struggling to make ends meet. They don't have the cash flow that many other sporting clubs do have. What more can you and other departments in the executive do to help these cricket clubs and promote the sport?
I'm grateful to the member for his question. I think it is absolutely right that we fund all sports in Northern Ireland, especially those that are growing, and especially we support those who are trying to attract more girls and women into the sport as well. And I'm delighted to hear about the progress that has been made in that area. He'll be aware of what I've set out already in relation to the funding that's made available for cricket, and I can assure him that I will be encouraging Sport NI to continue that into the future because of the huge opportunities that exist.
Brooks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And the Minister will know that some of those international tests are held not far from where we stand today. The Minister will be aware of the upcoming Cricket World Cup. Will he be making provisions to ensure that Northern Ireland has the opportunity to host some games? Sir.
I think it's an incredible opportunity for us, and I have instructed officials to work to make sure that we can deliver in that area. And again, I think it's always good whenever interest is shown in Northern Ireland, whenever competitions are held here in Northern Ireland. And I have met with Cricket Ireland in relation to this. And like I say, officials are collaborating with stakeholders and with the Northern Ireland Civil Service Sports Association to explore support for redeveloping facilities at Stormont so that we can meet those International Cricket Council standards.
John Blair.
Mr Speaker, thank the Minister for his reply so far. Can I ask him how the Department is supporting pathways for Northern Ireland players to reach the Ireland national teams, men's, women and underage sectors?
Well, support comes from the resource and funding that comes from Sport NI, in particular through the sports systems investment body as well. But if there are any particular issues that he would like to raise with me, I'd be happy to chase those up.
Question 9 is withdrawn. Ms Sugden's not in her place. Ms Brogan's not in her place. I call Sinead McLaughlin. Hopefully I'm not the bot.
My goodness. It's not the first time. Minister, you didn't... question number 12.
The Arts Council opening allocation for 25-26 is £10.292 £1,000 and £1.405 million capital, an increase on 24-25 opening allocations of £584,000 and £505,000 respectively.
Minister, you failed to actually answer the question that my colleague raised earlier with you, and that was, would you commit to visiting Echo that has now lost 100% of its funding? Minister, it's not the first time that you have raised the issue that Derry gets too much money for the arts. Oh, you did? You were qualifying it about percentages of population against percentages of funding. So, Minister, based on that, do you believe that more funding should be removed from Derry, from the arts sector? Because that's what the suggestion is on the floor of this House.
Minister.
Well, I'm sorry, that was absolutely not my suggestion at all. I simply had laid out where the figures were, and I am not saying in any way that additional funding should be removed. Those are her words, that was her suggestion, not mine. What I was saying was that the bigger cities in Northern Ireland, including Belfast and Londonderry, there's often arts organisations that are based there that work elsewhere. That was my point that I was making, and I was highlighting that there was underinvestment elsewhere, but I'm not pitting areas against each other. I actually want to see more funding right across Northern Ireland. She will understand my reluctance to get involved with the specific funding issue and funding decision of the Arts Council. I don't always think it's appropriate for the Minister to individually get involved in those decisions. However, I did meet with some people that were very concerned about that when I was last in Londonderry a few weeks ago, but it's important that these are dealt with through the normal channels. But just let me repeat, I want to see more money for funding right across Northern Ireland.
Andy Allen. Minister.
13. My department owns 6 sites in Antrim, 5 in Ballymena and 12 in Craigavon. This is land that was vested under the New Towns Act 1965 for the development of Antrim, Ballymena and Craigavon. My department also owns a former railway track site in Coal Island, which is deemed surplus, and the Housing Executive has 2 buildings in Omagh and Belfast and 4 development sites in Newtownabbey, Larne and Macclesfield districts, which are deemed surplus.
Can
I thank the Minister for his answer? Minister, can you advise this House what steps you're taking in consultation with your executive colleagues to leverage surplus land or buildings for social and affordable housing?
Minister.
Not right now, but I hope to be in a position to do so shortly, because I'm bringing a paper to the executive highlighting options around how we can better use public land to make sure that we meet our social housing targets.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Minister. When you're doing that work, can I ask if you will be including councils within that consideration?
Minister.
Yes.
Michelle Guy.
Please.
Minister.
The sport is not a luxury. Research raises important concerns about the impact of financial pressures on children's participation in sport and physical activity. It's apparent from the data that although parents are aware of the importance of physical activity for children, that increasing costs are a barrier for many, and through Sport NI we are working to address the cost of living challenges by engaging with sports and councils to highlight low and no cost sport opportunities available across Northern Ireland.
Mrs. Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Can I ask the Minister if he will commit to establishing an NI Physical Activity Inclusion Fund to support targeted co-designed interventions for children and young people from socio-economically disadvantaged backgrounds?
Minister.
Always reluctant to set up something just for the sake of it if there isn't already other options and opportunities for us to do that. And there are many programmes that we have in place to try and encourage those to get involved who for otherwise this cost may be a barrier, but it's certainly a suggestion I'm prepared to take on board.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, in the interest of increasing opportunities, what are the Minister's Department and Sport NI currently doing to promote female participation in sport?
Minister.
We have a number of programmes that are in place, including the Be Seen, Be Heard, Belong programme, and I'm pleased to see the success of that. This is a really important issue for me, and I see this as I go round. In fact, I was in her constituency just a few months ago at a football club, and I saw firsthand the number of girls that are taking part in sport that hadn't taken part before, in the numbers that they are now. That's something that we need to do to encourage, and I'll continue to do that.
John Blair.
Your question 15.
Sir.
Last week I met with the Welsh Government Cabinet Secretary Jane Hutt and Paul McLennan, Minister for Housing in the Scottish Government. We discussed a number of issues of shared concern across devolved administrations, including the impact of the Green Paper, and I will continue to engage with them to make sure that we represent the issues of Northern Ireland and see how we can collectively work together to oppose the changes that have been proposed.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for that reply. Can I ask him a supplementary question if there are any plans to develop a timeline to measure progress on how these matters develop?
Minister.
We've agreed to meet again, and in fact over the next few weeks, hopefully days, we'll be exchanging correspondence about how we can best lobby the Government on this issue.
That concludes questions to the Minister. May I move to topical questions? I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, on your watch and that of this disastrous executive, poverty levels across Northern Ireland are worsening. As expected, your anti-poverty strategy falls far short of what was expected and what people deserve. Bernardo's today have said that it was not fit for purpose and that will not make any difference to the lives of children, families and communities across Northern Ireland. Do you share their concerns, Minister?
No, I don't, and I will be bringing the anti-poverty strategy to the Chamber next week, and I look forward not only to promoting what we have in that strategy, but also making sure that we genuinely give people the space to bring forward their alternatives and their ideas, and I have no doubt that Mr McCrossan will do just that.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, you're a bit late to the race in that regard. It's been leaked and unfortunately many have got sight of it and are very disappointed. So therefore, Minister, what measurable targets are in the anti-poverty strategy and what specific budget has he and the Minister of Finance agreed to deliver on those specific targets that will change lives?
Mr. Speaker, I believe it's appropriate for me to bring the entirety of the anti-poverty strategy to this House first before I go any further. However, I will say that there are a number of actions in there that will make a difference. There are actions that are funded, and I look forward to talking in more detail when the time comes.
Robinson.
Speaker, can I ask the Minister, has he asked for or has he received legal advice in regards to the Infrastructure Minister decision to proceed with Irish language signage at Belfast Grand Central Station?
Minister.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have sought and received legal advice in relation to this matter, and it's clear from this advice that it is controversial and it is cross-cutting, and that should have received executive agreement, and I would be amazed if the Infrastructure Minister had received advice that was any different to that.
Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. And I thank him for that clarification. Can he advise what further action he has taken in relation to this matter to ensure that the cross-cutting protections that have been put in place are respected by ministers?
So I've written to the Infrastructure Minister and I've highlighted the nature of the advice that I have received, and it's clear to me and to anybody that has read the Northern Ireland Act 1998 as amended by the Northern Ireland St Andrews Agreement Act 2006 that this move required executive agreement. It's now incumbent upon the Infrastructure Minister to remedy this by bringing it to the executive so that further action will not need to be taken, and I would urge the Minister not to squander public money in an attempt to save face.
Dillon.
And thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Can I agree with the member who spoke previously, member for West Tyrone, in relation to the anti-poverty strategy? Can you tell us, you've said now that we will see the document next week, can you tell us when the consultation will be launched thereafter?
Minister.
Very shortly thereafter. We are wanting to make sure this is accessible as possible. We want easy read documents. I've also had a request to have a child-friendly document as well, but I hope that to be imminently after the statement is presented to the Assembly.
Dillon.
Minister, you disengaged from the APS co-design group, which I think was a mistake because you may have had a much more worthwhile document had you actually engaged fully with them. How are you going to engage with the expert groups during the consultation? For this consultation to work and the strategy to work, you need to work with the people who know what they're talking about.
First of all, I didn't disengage. Their work was completed. They presented me with that work, and they will have their opportunity to put further comments during the public consultation period, the same as anybody else. I would gently remind the member that all members of the executive had their opportunity to put forward the ideas and other issues that they might like to see included in that. They had the opportunity at the executive meeting as well to put forward proposals or suggest any wider changes before it went out to public consultation. So I'm happy to hear those, even if they are late in the day. But what I am trying to do is bring forward a strategy that is affordable, that is actually deliverable, and something that will actually make a change in people's lives. I see poverty every single day in my own constituency. I see the effects of it. I'm absolutely committed to dealing with this and to tackling this issue. That's what I'm focused on. Others will have their chance to have their say again.
Down for Scythe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the fact that the Minister is bringing forward the anti-poverty strategy next week, and I commend him on being the Minister who delivers on an anti-poverty strategy for Northern Ireland. And I ask, can the Minister confirm if in fact there will be no actions for tackling child poverty within the strategy, as has been set out by some in the media over the weekend?
Minister.
Yes, well, indeed, over the weekend, some had come out to say that there were no new actions, full stop, in this strategy, and I can say that those accusations are absolutely false. And when the strategy is published next week, everyone will have the opportunity to see exactly what is in that strategy. There is a consultation, so everyone will have the opportunity to share their views on that. For me, I think it's difficult to take the issue of child poverty separately from poverty more general, because children don't live alone, they don't experience poverty in isolation. That's why we're taking a much more rounded approach to this.
Forsyth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, the anti-poverty strategy obviously will require commitment from all departments right across the executive. Do you think will this set a good precedent for cross-departmental working and moving away from silo mentality in this executive assembly?
I certainly hope so. I think we started to see the fruit of that in terms of the housing supply strategy and the programme for government commitment in relation to housing, and I hope that the same will happen when it comes to anti-poverty, because it's not just a responsibility of one department. In fact, it's not just the responsibility of government to tackle poverty. It requires buy-in and work from everyone, but I hope that we can work together. But that has not been demonstrated so far when we have parties who agreed to this strategy, agreed that it would go out to consultation, now being critical of it. They had their opportunity to put forward their ideas. Some of them failed to do that, but that's why we'll have a consultation so others can have their say if they missed out the first time.
Colin Crawford.
Speaker, can the Minister outline what steps his department is taking to address delays in processing PIP claims and appeals, particularly in rural areas such as Northampton?
Minister.
Well, I would certainly like to think there would be no difference in how these issues are dealt with in rural constituencies compared to other constituencies. However, it is important that we put the staff resource in place. That is what I am committed to doing, and there will be additional resource in place to make sure that those can be permitted.
Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers. Minister, given the distress caused to vulnerable constituents by prolonged waiting times, will you commit to increasing face-to-face assessments locally and improving communication with claimants throughout the process?
That's always what we want to see. If he has some particular issues that have been raised by constituents in his area, I'd be happy to look at those and identify any particular problems. I've no issue doing that on behalf of the member.
Jerry Kelly.
Update of any discussion you've had with the British Government regarding their decision to reinstate the winter fuel payments?
Mr. Speaker, I've just come from a meeting with UK Government ministers in relation to this issue. Members will be aware of the changes that have been announced in the media so far today. That's when we had first heard about this. We had the meeting later on. Unfortunately, there is still much more clarity that is needed. Further discussions are taking place this afternoon between officials in DWP and my own department and the Department of Finance, and I hope that that provides some much needed clarity.
Mr. Kelly.
Going previous listener, Sugden Frager Gujisha. I thank the Minister for his answer up tonight. Could the Minister then update the House on any discussions you've had with the British Government on the possibility of changes to the two-child limit?
Minister. That is something I've raised on a number of occasions with UK Government ministers, and it was the subject of a discussion last week between my counterparts in Wales and in Scotland. I think it is a move that could be taken that would have a considerable impact on poverty in Northern Ireland, and again it is a reminder that when it comes to tackling the issue of poverty, it is not just my own department or this executive that have a role to play. The UK Government have a role to play in that as well, and I hope that they'll step up to the plate.
Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, you will be aware that another series of international hockey tournaments are taking place around the world at present, and given it is a growing sport here in Northern Ireland, can you please outline what engagement you are involved in with Ulster Hockey at present around the provision of usable hockey pitches? Thank you.
Minister. This is an issue that has been raised of concern to me. I was recently at Lisnagarvey Hockey Club and we were talking about some of these issues. They're very good facilities there. I want to see more of those facilities right across Northern Ireland.
Mrs. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Minister. So, given that hockey operates very successfully on an all-island basis, can you please outline if you're having any conversations with the Irish Government around the possibility of accessing shared island funding for pitches here in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Minister.
I'm always happy to have those conversations with colleagues where there's areas of mutual benefit and mutual interest. but I do think that we have much more investment that is required in sporting facilities right across Northern Ireland, and that's why last week I was delighted to be able to announce the Your School, Your Club programme for this year. The budget was £500,000 last year. This year it's going to be £3 million. I hope that is indicative of my commitment to improving sporting facilities right across Northern Ireland.
Thank you. The next 3 questions are withdrawn, so that brings a conclusion to the topical questions. I commend the Minister once again for getting through all of his questions. That's 2 months that he's done it, and 3 times. Thank you for the correction. I will take it on this occasion. And also note that there was 27 members got asking questions on the first set of questions there, and that is something which I want to try and encourage. Succinct questions, succinct answers, and more backbenchers will get their opportunities to question ministers on issues of concern, as opposed to listing very long-winded responses. On occasions it's necessary because questions need a bit of detail on the responses, but it's good to get as many members in as possible during question time, and I would encourage other ministers to take note. If members would take their ease, I'm going to move to an urgent question to the Health Minister. Where's Carl? Yeah.
Okay, members, Donny Donnelly has been given notice of an urgent oral question to the Minister for Health. I just want to remind members, if they wish to ask a supplementary question, they should continually rise in their places. The member who has tabled the question will be called automatically to ask a supplementary. Clerk, could you please read the question?
To ask the Minister of Health to outline what Level 5 of his department's performance accountability process entails in relation to the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust Cardiac Services Review recommendations.
Call the Minister for Health.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Assigning an issue to my department's support and intervention framework creates a focused request for improvement by that trust. Level 5 is the highest intervention level, and it brings with it external support and escalated oversight. The member will be aware at the meeting of the 29th of May of the Health Committee, when I attended with the Permanent Secretary, I agreed to release copies of that support and intervention framework to that committee. The accountability arrangements for the Level 5 escalation in relation to cardiac surgery services in the Belfast Trust include enhanced arrangements with suitable external experienced support, of which I advised the committee it would be Peter McBride, accompanied by another experienced individual. I beg your pardon, Principal Deputy Speaker, I think I advised that in a written ministerial statement rather than to the committee. My department and the Public Health Agency have had escalated oversight already in place, which, given this report, has been reviewed and will now also include the Chief Nursing Officer and the Chief Medical Officer providing support. The accountability arrangements will ensure that pace and urgency is injected by the Trust into appropriately managing all the issues involved.
Call Donny Donnelly for a supplementary.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, when this behaviour became public knowledge, you said in this chamber that 6 patients had had their operations cancelled. Given that cardiac patients are very ill and at risk of life-threatening events until they get their surgery, can I ask if the Minister is aware of how long it took for these 6 patients to get their operations, and if any of them suffered any harm in the interim?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. If I used the word cancelled, that was inappropriate because it was a postponement, not a cancellation. The postponement, I understand, was over a period of a short number of days, and I am certainly not aware that any harm came to any of those patients, and I do believe I would have been informed were that not the case.
Thank you, Minister. I call Fulton McGuigan.
Minister, in response to the committee's request for departmental officials to interrogate the details of your written statement, the response said the department is not yet in a position to provide any further details. The Minister will need time to consider advice from his officials. In addition, the Minister has not seen any action plan from Belfast Trust. It would be premature for officials to appear before the Health Committee in relation to the details of what Level 5 is. I mean, it seems that whilst we welcome the Minister's intervention, which was right and proper, but even though this was a very important step, we're very unclear about what it actually means in reality.
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Well, I can only repeat what I said to Mr Donnelly. You've got a copy of what levels 1 to 5 entail. Now, as to the practicalities of that, Peter McBride will be available to me from the beginning of next week, and he will go in effectively to be my ears and eyes in terms of the Trust implementing the recommendations in that independent report commissioned by the SPPG and the Public Health Agency. And let me stress, I'm not the employer. The Trust is the employer, and it is primarily for the board of the Belfast Trust to sort out these issues, not just in cardiac surgery, but where there are issues in terms of behaviours and cultures throughout the Trust, they must be addressed, and that is why I made the Level 5 applicable to the entire Trust and not just to the cardiac surgery unit. Peter McBride will go in, he will advise me as to whether this is very widespread and where else I need to be looking, and demanding that the Trust take action in terms of behaviours and in terms of cultures. And the Permanent Secretary, and one of the joys of having a Permanent Secretary who has been embedded in healthcare delivery all his adult life, is that he knows people who are good at certain things. He has identified a recently retired clinician who specialises in clinical teamwork, and he is trying to liaise that this person will make themselves available so that we'll have that two-pronged approach. But until these people are reporting back to me, I can't be definitive about the entirety of next steps. And in terms of the committee, I am trying to make the right official available to come to you on Thursday.
I call Alan Robinson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, it will come as no surprise that following the leaked report into the cardiac surgery unit, at the Belfast Trust, that members of staff from other trusts are contacting MLAs to say that they too are working in toxic environments. Can I therefore ask you what you say to those staff, and will you support an individual duty of candour?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much indeed. I am aware that it appears that, well, I am aware of reports, because they're coming to me as well as to other members, including yourself, that these cultural and behaviour issues are not necessarily confined to the Belfast Trust, that they may apply, in fact, not just to the 5 geographically defined trusts, but to all 6 trusts. The challenge is going to be to sort out what are genuine grievances and genuine reports from the inevitability that there will be some people who are maybe acting in a more vexatious manner, and that is something that I am determined that we will address. But this will take time. We have only got limited resources. We're starting with the Belfast Trust, but I hope it is an assurance to the member if I say I don't think we will be finishing with the Belfast Trust. The member will be aware that I have not been particularly supportive of an individual duty of candour with criminal sanctions up to this point. I do accept that what we have had by way of revelations with regard to what is happening in the Belfast Trust is going to make my position a lot more difficult.
I call Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Deputy Principal Speaker. I certainly am grateful for the Minister's urgent response to this crisis to date, and I thank the Minister for his responses thus far. I also very much welcome the appointment of Peter McBride in his role as independent support within the Belfast Trust. Is it the Minister's belief that Mr McBride is not the sort of person to shy away from shining a light in dark corners when necessary, and that he's also someone who has the skill set necessary to drive change throughout an organisation?
Minister.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. I have every confidence in Peter McBride. I said in my written statement I've known him for some 17 years. That was from my time as a Victims Commissioner. He was Chief Executive of one of Northern Ireland's leading mental health charities at the time. He has a lifetime's experience in terms of culture, organisational culture, so he has the right experience, he has the right skills. He certainly does not hide away from confronting issues when they arise. So I am convinced he is the right person to do that job for me. But in terms of the implementation, let me just emphasise once again to the member and to the House, it is not for Peter McBride, it is not for the department, it is not for me to do the implementation. Our job is to oversee and satisfy ourselves that the implementation is taking place and ultimately has taken place appropriately.
Thank you, Minister. I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Minister, just a few days ago I met a constituent who's going in for cardiac surgery in the next week. She is genuinely scared given the revelations that she has read about. She'll be going in to get open heart surgery. If this is a wider cultural problem across the health service, and that is what Patricia McKeown of Unison thinks it is, it's symptomatic of a wider leadership problem, what root and branch reforms will you put in place across the health service, not simply in cardiac and not simply in Belfast, if that is what is demanded?
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I first of all say that constituent, I understand why they would be extremely concerned. This is a very serious procedure that she is being asked to go through. But there is no evidence that there are bad clinical outcomes from that cardiac surgery team. So I hope she will find some reassurance that the outcomes in terms of the procedures are first class. The difficulty is what the environment in which those first class outcomes are being delivered. If it is more widespread, I will take advice from Peter McBride and others if necessary, the Chief Nursing Officer, the Chief Medical Officer, whoever I need to speak to. And we will tackle this, and we will tackle it wherever it occurs. But again, in terms of public confidence, there is no evidence to suggest that it is actually endemic. And so I think we need to keep this proportionate. It is incredibly serious where it is happening, but I do not believe for 1 millisecond it is happening everywhere within HSC.
Call Andrew McMurray.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. But could I ask the Minister what they're doing to rebuild public trust in this vital service and reassure cardiac patients and their families that it's safe and effective?
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Well, as I've just said, there's absolutely no evidence that the outcomes from the procedures carried out by the cardiac surgery unit in Belfast City Hospital are anything other than first class. And by way of public confidence, I'm putting in Peter McBride. I hope soon to be able to announce the second person, and this is the person who has an expertise in good clinical teamwork. So these are the right people to go into that trust and make sure that the trust, that the board is fulfilling its duty, which is to tackle these issues and detoxify that toxic atmosphere.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, as my colleague Andrew McMurray has just said, we need to build back the trust of the patients. Will Mr McBride be able to look at things, for instance, like the number of appointments that are delayed because the consultant isn't in the hospital, or the fact, and I have personal experience of this, that a patient who has had their operation delayed 5 times, to the extent that one of the last times they were gowned and ready to go down to theatre when their operation was postponed again. Will Mr McBride look at that and to see how patients will actually be treated a lot more kindly and a lot more fairly through the process?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think the answer to that is it depends whether those postponements and delays are part of that toxic culture and part of the behaviours, particularly by the surgeons, I would imagine. If that is the case, then absolutely that's one that I would expect Peter McBride to address. I should tell the House, Principal Deputy Speaker, we have not finally agreed the terms of reference, and one of the reasons for that is last week I met with the relevant unions and professional bodies and invited them to give me their thoughts on what they think the terms of reference should be, because I think it's important that we genuinely co-design and co-produce this. There's very little point in me saying I'm satisfied with how we went about this and the conclusions we've come to if the unions and the others who are delivering healthcare in the Belfast Trust are not satisfied. But even if it didn't fall to Peter McBride because it wasn't directly associated with those behaviours and the culture, it shouldn't be happening anyway. And certainly I expect all trusts to be working to deliver standardised regional services, and the quality of that would be measured by people not being gowned up at the 5th time of asking and then told, I'm sorry, it's not going to happen.
Call Peter Martin.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I ask the Minister if the review, the performance accountability process, as it's reviewed, will look at the wider issue of the Trust's complaints process? I've had one experience with Belfast Trust where I complained about a clinician. It took the Trust a year and a half to close that complaint. So will the Minister commit to this performance accountability process to include in the complaints process that the Trust currently have?
Okay, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I would give him that assurance, absolutely. We have two things here. There's a complaints process, and when I had my 45-minute session with the Chair the other Friday, we did discuss the quality of the complaints process and how he and the Trust quality assure what their human resource team do in terms of dealing with complaints. And reference was made then to the whistleblowing process which the Trust has. And what I'm going to say here is I don't think I'm breaking the confidence or the confidentiality of the discussion with the Chairman. I don't think that the level of staff confidence in the whistleblowing process is as good as it needs to be. So that's one of the areas that I will be putting in the terms of reference for Peter McBride. How do we quality assure how complaints are handled? And that includes the timeline. But also, if the way to move from complaints is to go into whistleblowing, how do we ensure that the maximum number of staff have appropriate confidence in that whistleblowing process?
I call Linda Dillon.
I've got privilege to and thank the Minister for his answers so far, and I have to say I appreciate that you've engaged with the unions on this issue. I think that's positive, and I hope that will continue throughout the process, either through Peter or your department. Minister, you've yet to receive the Belfast Trust Action Plan, and I just want to get reassurance that when you do receive that action plan, in the interest of accountability and transparency, that could be made public, that could be published for everyone to see, and that is about the public confidence that other members have spoken about and that you have spoken about yourself.
Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I can see absolutely no reason not to forward that action plan to, for example, to the Health Committee as soon as I get it.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can we be assured that at the end of the day that the Belfast Trust has the appropriate human resource responsibilities available to it, so it cannot and will not shy away from any appropriate disciplinary or dismissal actions that may be required as an outcome of all of this?
Principal Deputy Speaker, yes, I think I can give the member that exact assurance because, again, I have been asking questions which I think are pretty basic questions in terms of, say, the number of doctors who have been referred to the General Medical Council, in terms of the number of whistleblowing cases, the number of tribunals, etc., etc., etc. If I may put it this way, Principal Deputy Speaker, perhaps the responses did not demonstrate a depth of knowledge that I might consider appropriate. And so that needs to change.
Thank you, Minister. It's been raised with me that some of the people impacted and affected by bullying at the Royal were targeted because they're members of the LGBT plus community. Is this something that you're aware of? And if so, how many people impacted by this? And more crucially, what are you going to do about it?
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. I'm not aware, but if the member is aware and he's got details, I would encourage him to take the responsible route and to report it.
Call Michelle Guy.
Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, I wonder if you can give some kind of sense of how long Belfast Trust will be on level 5 special measures for?
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'm not in a position to do that yet because we have not gone in and scoped out to what extent this is a widespread, or to what extent the behavioural and cultural issues that are now known about in the cardiac surgery unit are replicated elsewhere across the Trust. And that is what Peter McBride will be doing for me until he gives me his assessment of that. It is impossible to put a timeline on it. But all I can say is, for me, it's all urgent. So as soon as possible, but what does that mean? I can't tell you in days, weeks or months.
So that concludes questions to the Minister on the urgent oral question. Members, just take your ease for a moment. Okay, members, order. Okay, so I call on Robbie Butler, who is our next speaker, to speak on the budget bill debate.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank you and the Minister on behalf of the committee for bringing this today. And the committee continues to assist the Minister and his department to achieve the best outcomes within DAERA's budget allocation. It is worth highlighting that compared to last year, the committee can now support and scrutinise the Minister's spending decisions in line with a programme for government and the department's business plan. Principal Deputy Speaker, moving on to the budget itself, I'm going to quickly remind members of the allocations for DAERA and then move on to some specifics that the committee have been considering with stakeholders and DAERA officials in evidence sessions. So overall, DAERA has £630.7 million resource DEL, which is a £21.7 million increase from this point 24-25, and significantly lower than the pivotal provisions for 23-24 at around £764 million. The total net capital budget is £119.5 million for 25-26 compared to total provisions of around £97.5 million for 24-25. However, these allocations do not come close to what was bid for by DAERA, so although any additional resource in June monitoring will be welcome, it will be unlikely to be anywhere near sufficient, but obviously that will become more evident as we move through this year. In last week's debate, I give the example of the capital DEL, where the allocation is £119.5 million, which is £7.1 million less than DAERA's £126.6 inescapable and high priority bids. The committee recognises that the final budget remains an extremely difficult outcome for DAERA, and at last week's meeting we discussed with officials the bids for June monitoring to determine the extent of the pressures. We heard that the Department was asked to provide the Department of Finance with details of reduced requirements, bids, reclassifications, technical issues to be addressed, AME changes, non-budget movements and potential equality impacts for bids and reclassifications. We were advised that DAERA has no reduced requirements, reclassifications, AME changes and non-budget movements, and that no adverse equality impacts of its bids have been identified at this stage. Principal Deputy Speaker, officials advised of a non-ring-fenced resource DEL bid of £3.2 million for the bovine tuberculosis compensation, and current estimates indicate that the existing allocation is not adequate to deal with this issue. The compensation is, of course, a statutory obligation for DAERA. At this stage last year, the Department bid for £28.8 million at June monitoring and received only £5.5 million allocated, which covered half of the £11 million bid for in the bovine tuberculosis compensation alone. This year, the situation is no better at this stage. We heard from DAERA officials last Thursday that the compensation amount for 25-26 is estimated to be around £47 million, compared to around £43 million, 24-25, and that the overall cost of the programme is estimated at around £65 million, compared to £60 million in the year 24-25. So DAERA is relying on the fact that it is early in the financial year, and in the past the Executive have funded statutory duties throughout the course of the year through perhaps other monitoring rounds. Following the review of DAERA's estimated 25-26 non-cash depreciation and impairment charges, there is a projected £39.8 million requirement against an opening allocation of £31.8. DAERA therefore has a bid for £8 million of ring-fenced resource DEL as part of its monitoring round. And as part of the June monitoring, DAERA is bidding for £8.9 million, and capital DEL as part of managing down the opening overcommitment by the Minister. This bid is specifically in relation to £4 million for tackling rural poverty and isolation, that's the TRIPSY programme, £2.3 million for CAFRE and estates improvements, £1.3 million for NIEI country parks improvements, and £1.3 million for AFBI scientific equipment. The committee has held a number of meetings with the Minister and DAERA officials on the budgetary pressures for 24-25 and those going into 25-26. And I've previously highlighted a range of these across DAERA's remit in this chamber on the 19th of May. The committee remains concerned at the disparity between the resource DAEL bids and the allocations for specific statutory functions and projects, ranging from as little as 1/6 to around 1/2 of what was bid for. The committee is, of course, pleased that the Executive agreed to earmark the resource DAEL of over £300 million for agriculture, environment, fisheries and rural, and that was a really good piece of collaborative work in the Executive. The committee has considered the decisions the Minister has taken over the past year to prioritise funding towards his top priorities, which include tackling climate change and protecting the natural environment. The committee heard at its meeting last week that much of the climate change spend is now mainstreamed into areas such as the Sustainable Agriculture Programme, the Loch Ness Action Plan, etc. As I highlighted previously in this chamber, the committee was pleased to hear that the Executive also agreed indicative Executive earmark resource DAEL allocations to DAERA at the June monitoring of around £1.4 million for employers' national insurance contributions and £5 million for Loch Ness. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to look forward now regarding some areas of spending that the committee will be discussing, I'm sure, with the Minister in the not too distant future. And we heard earlier on, when the Minister was in, about the remediation of Mobuoy site, that now has seen the legal case now finalised, and there's now a consultation. And the Minister had pointed out to the colossal amount of money that will be required to clear that up, and that is quite mind-boggling. Firstly, in addition, at last week's meeting, we heard from officials about the new horticulture pilot scheme, which has an allocation of £7.7 million. And having recently completed the committee stage of the agriculture bill, the committee were pleased to see development in the horticulture sector and feel that it is an untapped growth area for wider the agri-food sector. And we look forward to seeing the uptake of these schemes, but cautioned against the total budget being scoped by larger organisations to the detriment of smaller growers with innovative ideas. Some members have expressed concern recently that incentives and support to farmers to play their part in improving the environment is lacking. This potentially could lead to no carrot and just stick approaches. And within the constrained budgets, there were concerns that the sticks outnumbered the carrots. We have continued our programme of external meetings and hearing from stakeholders about the impact of funding shortfalls. So in conclusion, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee looks forward to engaging with the Department on addressing its priorities throughout the year. As a general point, I would highlight that although many climate change actions are being led by DAERA, there is a need for all members to be mindful of the relevant cross-cutting expenditure and its effectiveness on delivering the outcomes needed for the just transition for the whole of Northern Ireland. We did hear at the Balmoral show that farmers are committed to playing their part in improving water quality, but the UFU have warned and continue to do so that the proposals fail to reflect the costs involved for farmers and the complexity of on-farm decision-making and the risks, potentially undermining both environmental progress and farm viability. And I'm just going to conclude my comments at that point. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Robbie. I call Philip McGuigan, Chair of the Health Committee.
And I welcome this opportunity to discuss the budget number 2 bill today. As we all have spoken on numerous occasions on the bill over many times in the last couple of months, I do obviously want to say a few words on the important role of the Health Committee's important role in scrutinising the health system and the Health Minister. The Finance Minister has allocated £8.4 billion to health. The Health Minister has outlined to the committee that even with £8.4 billion budget this year, he still expects that to be short some £600 million. I look back at previous debates on the budget and I can see that from 2021-2022 financial year that the initial resource allocation for the Department of Health was £6.45 billion. So in the last 4 to 5 years, we will potentially see an increase in the budget of close to 50% in health. And whilst this shows the commitment of the Executive to prioritise health, it is a worrying trend in that we are seeing more and more money being put into a system that could and should function much better, a system where patients are currently waiting longer and having worse outcomes. So at present we do not see an efficient system, and we need to see change in our health system, how our health system works, so that we don't end up in a position in another 4 to 5 years where we're seeing an additional increase of the budget with similar outcomes. All the money that is invested in health must be about ensuring the best possible outcomes for patients and our citizens. So the committee does welcome the £215 million ring-fenced by the Executive to help reduce our lengthy waiting lists in line with programme for government commitments on health. It also welcomes the Minister's indications that there needs to be a system reset and that we need to see services shift left out of hospitals and into primary care and our communities. It is worrying, therefore, that at the first hurdle the Health Minister has stopped negotiations with the BMA in relation to funding allocations for GP services. If we want to see a shift of services left, we need adequate resourcing and funding to ensure that all patients are treated equally and fairly. Given all of these challenges, scrutiny of the health budget is imperative. Scrutiny ensures transparency, holds decision makers, our Health Minister, accountable and allows for informed adjustments and allocations. So the Health Committee has and will continue to question the Health Minister whether funds are being used efficiently and whether the budget aligns with the strategic goals of improving patient outcomes and service sustainability. The Health Committee and the Assembly has a pivotal role in scrutinising the budget, and it must ensure that allocations are equitable, justified and conducive to long-term health system improvements. We also see the need for public engagement, and citizens have the right to understand how funds are being utilised and the ability to voice concerns about service delivery. In conclusion, the Health Committee takes its role in scrutiny of the budget seriously, and the scrutiny of the Department of Health's budget for 25/6 is not merely a procedural formality, it's a critical process so that we can determine the trajectory of health care here in the North. We look forward to doing that from next year, hopefully in an environment with multi-year budgets, which will really allow our health system to move forward at pace. We will continue to scrutinise the Health Minister throughout 25/26 year for the £8.4 billion within the health budget that he has at his disposal and ensure that patient outcomes are foremost in all of the decisions that the Health Minister takes.
Thank you. Philip, I call Joanne Bunting, Chair of the Justice Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. As you have said, I rise as Chairman of the Committee for Justice and declare that I have an immediate family member who works in the legal profession. The Committee is due to hear from officials about the Department's budget and financial position in June monitoring round at our meeting later this week, so it's unfortunate that the scheduling means we will be getting that update after today's debate. I'm confident, though, that the key message will be the same regardless. That is, that justice has been historically underfunded over many years, and as a result, and despite an increased budget allocation this year, there are pressures right across the department. I will say once again what I've said in the previous financial debates. The majority of the department's budget is taken up with services that are demand-led, including, for example, policing, the prison service, the courts and tribunal service, and legal aid. The department has little to no control over the level of demand for its services, which show no signs of slowing down. The department received an opening resource DEL budget of £1,503 million, which includes ring-fenced funding of £87.7 million. The PSNI has been allocated £953.3 million of the resource allocation, and that equates to over 63% of the total resource allocation. The department has received a capital allocation of £100 million in the 25/26 financial year, and the PSNI will account for almost 62% of that. It is acknowledged that this is the largest ever budget settlement for the Department of Justice, and I will reiterate that this is welcomed by the Committee and by the Justice partners with whom we have engaged over the last number of months. However, despite this increase in funding, the Department still faces stabilisation pressures of some £31.6 million. These include funding for pay, for the much-needed PSNI workforce recovery, for legal aid pressures, and to help the prison service cope with the increased prisoner population. Beyond those more immediate pressures, there are also the exceptional pressures of £227 million, which I've mentioned in previous debates, relating to holiday pay, the PSNI data breach and the McLeod remedy. Engagement continues with the Executive and the Department of Finance, as these pressures simply cannot be met from the Department's existing baseline. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Committee has repeatedly heard from stakeholders about the impact that the lack of funding is having. Last week, we held an event in the Lawn Gallery to engage with the community and voluntary sector organisations on the Justice Bill. A recurring theme was the need for greater investment in early intervention services to prevent people entering the criminal justice system in the first place. I should point out that this does not rest solely with the Justice Department, but other departments also have key roles to play. People often enter the justice system when other services have failed them, and cross-departmental collaboration across a range of issues is therefore crucial. Concerns have also frequently been raised in evidence to the Committee about the lack of suitable bail accommodation, about legal aid funding, about overcrowding in prisons, and about a crumbling courts estate. The PSNI might account for a significant proportion of the Department's overall budget allocation for 25-26, but still it faces significant challenges. A recent report by His Majesty's Inspectorate of Constabulary and Fire and Rescue Services found that continued financial pressures are adversely affecting service delivery. Members will be aware that PSNI is implementing a workforce recovery plan which aims to grow the number of police officers to 7,000 and staff to 2,500 over the next 3 years. It's important that sufficient funding is made available to allow that to happen. Officer numbers must grow. In the written evidence submitted in advance of this week's oral evidence session, the Department has stated that difficult decisions will be required in order to live within the budget allocation, and that, I quote, all business areas will be required to implement cost reductions and efficiencies. We will obviously explore this further with the Department, but it's a position that gives rise to some concern, especially when we know that the justice system needs more investment. I know that this budget bill is about the year ahead, but I just want to touch briefly on the provisional outturn for the past year, which has been included in our papers for this week's meeting. The Department had an underspend of £3.02 million, which equates to just 0.23% of its resource budget. The capital underspend was slightly higher at 3.15%. Overall, however, I think this illustrates just how tightly the Department manages its budget and how little room for manoeuvre exists. The Committee and indeed stakeholders would welcome a move towards a multi-year budget, which we understand is under consideration. The Committee has previously heard that this would at least allow the Department and its justice delivery partners to commit to longer-term planning and may help with efficiencies. We all appreciate that the budgetary position is a difficult one across all departments, but more needs to be done if we wish to address the long-term and sometimes critical pressures affecting the justice system. We need to equip the PSNI with adequate staffing and resources to keep our population safe and increase confidence in policing. We need to put more resources into fixing our overcrowded prisons and crumbling justice estate. We need to invest in preventative and deterrent measures to stop people offending and the revolving door of reoffending. We need to reform legal aid, reduce the time taken both for payment and for cases to move through the justice system, and to improve access to justice, particularly for the most vulnerable in our society. In short, we need to invest properly and wisely. I will now speak in my capacity as an individual MLA. As the DUP's Justice spokesperson, I wish to emphasise our support for the PSNI's call for additional resources. There can be no question that the Chief Constable should not have to choose between his legal requirements to keep people safe from harm and his legal obligations as accounting officer to balance the budget. Yeah. Already, our communities are feeling the impact of fewer officers and a reduced presence, particularly in neighbourhood policing, which I know the police have striven to protect as much as possible. However, the reduced numbers are now being felt acutely, internally and externally, and it's imperative that this does not result in a diminution of confidence in the police, the justice system, and importantly, in the public's willingness to contact the police about crime. Recently, Sejini was in front of the committee to brief and outline progress on its November 2024 report on transforming the criminal justice system in Northern Ireland, a strategic overview. This was one of the most damning reports I have ever read, and it was clear that whilst good work is being undertaken, The department and its bodies are not necessarily pulling in one direction and with one purpose. Siloed working is a problem, and not just within the justice system or in the Justice Department, with the inspectorate highlighting the lack of collectively agreed vision and strategic priorities shared by the DOJ and key criminal justice organisations. It's imperative that in these times of considerable financial constraints that this is rectified as quickly as possible. The department and its branches must be pulling in one direction. Priorities should be aligned together and in keeping with the agreed programme for government. Collaboration will be key to efficiency, and if this cannot be managed within one department, how do we expect greater efficient and effective cross-departmental working, which is fundamental to success, particularly between health and justice? Moreover, given the department is flagging up that it may require to cut services, we must be careful what we choose to add to the statute books. I want to speak to the prospect of 3-year budget cycles and indicate how welcome this would be. It should provide much greater stability for organisations and people. Currently, particularly for those in the community and voluntary sector, annual budgets are far from ideal. This should afford the ability to properly financially plan. There is little job stability, a difficulty securing credit for mortgages, loans, etc. Employees regularly end up being put on notice and/or spend a great deal of their time chasing funding rather than focusing on the projects they're seeking to deliver through no fault or desire of their own. This perpetual state of instability is no way to live, and given the extent to which government relies on the sector, we must do better for the service provider and also for the sake of service users. I'm acutely conscious that we must be providing value for taxpayers' money at every level and must cut our cloth accordingly. We've all repeatedly been made aware of the consequences for future funding allocations should we not. Hence, I want to be very clear that my view and that of the DUP is that now is not the time for wasteful spending on niche and pet projects to pursue political agendas. Rather, now is the time to ensure the people of Northern Ireland have access to the fundamentals and basics, the services they actually need and use, and that everything that's taken forward and every penny that is spent is for the benefit of all and not the few. I'm nearly finished, Owen, I'm sorry. Now is the time for wisdom, fiscal prudence, common sense, and effective and efficient stewardship of the taxpayers' hard-earned funds. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Paula Bradshaw, Chair of the TEO Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. As you say, I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The Executive Office is an unusual department in that it has a relatively small budget, as I outlined last week during the debate on the supply resolution for Northern Ireland main estimates 2025-26. But it has a diverse portfolio of expenditure. And this ranges from highly sensitive issues such as victims and survivors of the conflict, of historical institutional child abuse, or of mother and baby institutions, to items such as strategic investment and the maintenance of the 3 overseas offices of the Executive. The diversity of the Department's responsibilities requires enhanced scrutiny to keep track of the different strands of the work undertaken by the Executive Office and to ensure public money is spent wisely and well. This requires detailed advanced planning on the part of the Department and time for the Committee to receive the necessary financial information, subject that information to scrutiny and discuss departmental expenditure in an open and public manner. Public consultation on and parliamentary scrutiny of budgets are essential components of any democratic society. Victims and survivors of mother and baby institutions need to know that the resources are there to consult on and initiate legislation to establish a public inquiry into what happened to them and to provide them with the support and redress they deserve. People working towards peace and reconciliation in our communities need to know when and how much they will be paid to undertake the challenging work they are engaged with. People living in the North West or in the South East need to know that the investment in strategic sites is efficiently and appropriately spent. How can the public be sure that the money is being spent wisely if the Committee does not have that information in a detailed and timely manner? Next year, the Committee looks forward to a multi-year budget decided well in advance, fully consulted upon with the necessary equality impact assessments. The committee looks forward to receiving detailed spending plans well in advance to be able to fully scrutinise the department's expenditure, and the department looks forward to having the time and space to assist and advise the department on the challenges of allocating money to its diverse but important areas of work, as it is required to do. And Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a number of points in my capacity as an MLA for the Alliance Party. So I just want to pick up on a number of points, Minister, and that's in relation to the value for money for our overseas offices. And I've been raising this at committee, that I am concerned that we are spending over £250,000 every year on our office in Beijing. That office has been operating for 11 years now, and I think the last press statement was 2018. I think the last tweet was in 2020, and we have absolutely no idea whether that's value for money for the public purse. And when departmental officials were before committee recently, I said, at what point do you say that this is not worth it for us? I can see the value in Brussels, I can see the value in Washington, but I am yet to be convinced that we need to continue this office in Beijing, to be honest, and I think that that is something that your departmental officials should be working with executive office officials to assure us that it's been spent properly, and if not, then I think that it's maybe something that needs to be looked at around closure. So further to this, I do want to raise some concerns about the overall direction of the Communities and Transition funding and some projects funded under the banner of good relations. And we know that there's some excellent work taking place in our communities. But when we as a committee are given examples of some of the projects that are being funded, quite frankly, they could sit under Belfast City Council's capacity building funding or other public health agency grant funding. And I suppose I am concerned again that the money is maybe not being spent as wisely as it could and having the desired outcomes in terms of delivering on our shared future, peace building and moving forward as a society as a whole. So there are just a couple of issues that, Minister, I'm concerned about. When I ask the Assembly questions, for example, around monitoring and evaluation of some of these programmes, I get vague answers, or I will be deflected into other responses, such as we're looking at that as part of a wider review. And when I ask about the wider review, then I'm reverted back to another answer. So I suppose I'm concerned around the best use of public money in that space. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call Gemma Dolan.
I want to begin this latest debate on the budget by highlighting the importance of the British Government's spending review, which will be delivered this week. The decision by the Labour Government to continue a decade and a half of Tory austerity measures following their election last summer has left us facing another challenging budget. This week is an opportunity for the British Chancellor to change course, move away from a policy of cuts which hurts some of the most vulnerable in society, and instead choose to prioritise investing in public services. I also recognise that the Finance Minister has sought to not only prioritise the delivery of public services in these challenging financial circumstances by providing additional money for reducing health waiting lists and childcare, as well as investment for key infrastructure projects, which is vital for developing our economy and helping to address regional imbalance, whilst also pressing the British Treasury to ensure we are funded at our level of need. I am conscious that this budget is due to be the final single-year budget, and welcome the move towards multi-year budgets which will enable planning on a longer-term strategic basis. However, given this Assembly's limited fiscal powers, the spending decisions made in London will continue to have a significant impact on our budget until we have constitutional change.
Thank you, Gemma. I call Steve Aiken.
Today, Principal Deputy Speaker and Minister, I would like to apologise for not being here for the entirety of this debate. But unfortunately, we had to attend the funeral of a very dear member of the Ulster Unionist Party today, Pamela Stewart. And I think all our members of our party, and indeed many people who knew her, would pass on our condolences to the family at this very sad time. Minister, we're in this rather strange position, and I'm glad the member behind you talked about the fact that we have a comprehensive spending review coming this week. And we're talking about the budget number 2 bill, yet we do know that there may indeed be some extra allocations coming in our direction in a short period of time. We also know that those extra allocations are highly unlikely to be able to meet the various challenges that we have across all the particular departments. You've already heard from all the chairs of the committees, and I think it's very clear that there are challenges everywhere. And it would be remiss of me not to point out the fact that the Health Department is obviously looking at a challenge of close on £600 million and where we need to and where we get to that. There will obviously be very many questions about capital allocations and allocations particularly about capital projects, and already we're beginning to have speculation about a particular capital project in the sporting field that seems to be developing at the moment. But I think it's important, Minister, and maybe you could have it in your remarks, and I do not expect you to talk anything about the CSR because we shall wait until what Rachel Reeves actually says. But we will note today that she's already mentioned the issues to do around with the winter fuel allowance and the walking back on that. And it can really be surmised that there's going to be several other walking backs from that. And I think even though we've already talked, some members have already talked about the Labour government and its approach towards austerity and continuing, there does seem to be a general shift away from that particular direction. So, Minister, I think the question that I would probably like you to address is how can we look, bearing in mind the constraints of the Budget Number 2 bill going forward and the speed with which we do the monitoring rounds, how quickly can we look at getting anything that comes from the CSR that is likely to come through on Wednesday? And how quickly can you come to explain to the members before we break up, or indeed to the departments, how that monies are likely to be allocated, so we can actually look into the autumn and do some decent long-term planning? And I believe, if anything in the media is to be believed, I think that this is probably looking at spending that will be spread out over the next 3 years of the budget review process. I would again ask the Minister to look closely and engage closely with departments so how we can actually start planning and profiling these monies over the next 3 years to be able, as many members have said, to get good value for money. But thank you very much indeed, Deputy Principal Speaker, and thank you, Minister.
Steve Coverome. So just very briefly, sorry for your loss and condolences. Our next speaker is Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. And I rise as the Chair of the Education Committee to speak on behalf of that committee in the first instance. The committee was comprehensively briefed by officials on the resource budget for this year on the 7th of May and had a previous capital briefing earlier in the year in March. And I have, along with other committee chairs, spoken extensively to the 25-26 budget in recent debates, most recently on the supply resolution for the main estimates last week. So I will therefore only briefly set out the financial position that this budget represents to the Department of Education at this time. The Department has received just over $3.2 billion in non-ring-fenced resource and $391 million in capital. Despite this representing an improved budget position from last year, officials continue to report inescapable pressures affecting the Department in excess of $300 million for resource spending and $83 million in capital. And I'll not rehearse the detailed areas of pressure again today, but suffice to say that in terms of day-to-day spend, it will undoubtedly be schools and the Education Authority that feel those pressures most acutely. The most up-to-date school budget deficit figure sits at $180 million, and that is a staggeringly high figure, and unfortunately it is a figure that has been going in the wrong direction for many years as the budget becomes under more and more pressure. It is schools that struggle in the main to actually balance the books and to deliver basic statutory services to our children. Regrettably, the committee fully anticipates that future updates from the Department will continue to present this crisis picture for school budgets in the year ahead. And while that adds substantial pressure to teachers and principals working in the system, it is ultimately children and young people who are losing out. And those $300 million in resource pressures should not be referenced lightly, and the committee certainly do not take them lightly. If the EA were required to find savings to that value, the impact on areas of frontline service delivery and education could be devastating. SEND pupil support services, school transport services, catering services, specialist educational supports or youth services, routine school building maintenance are just some of the direct frontline areas where the impact will undoubtedly be felt. So the committee will continue to monitor what is being asked of the EA in terms of savings and efficiencies closely, and will continue to prioritise delivery of the work to support SEND learners and SEND transformation, to invest in early years and childcare, and measures to tackle educational disadvantage, which the committee continue to focus on as key strategic priorities. However, the challenge to deliver meaningfully on those priorities identified by the committee is, of course, significant when a budget that makes delivering basic statutory functions difficult is what has been presented, but that is the funding picture we are looking at across departments. The committee will continue to scrutinise all aspects of the Minister's spending plans and delivery in the year ahead, particularly after the comprehensive spending review, and while it recognises the undoubted pressures, we'll expect to see evidence of the Department delivering efficiencies where possible, but still delivering for children and young people as a priority. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll now make a few closing remarks in my capacity as an Alliance Education spokesperson. A budget presenting this level of pressure to all departments, including education, is clearly not where any members in this Assembly want to be. However, it is clear, and other members have referenced this, that the position we saw last year with Barnett consequentials flowing into executive departments is not one that is likely to be repeated. Departments across the board are having to make difficult decisions to live within their means. And clearly we are voting to give legal authority here for significant sums of money to be spent across our departments, but that should not obscure the levels of pressure that are being felt departmentally at this time. So it's in that context that I would call again on the Education Minister to set out a clear vision of transformation for education. I don't believe that we can continue to maintain a cumbersome, bureaucratic, divided and complex education system and expect that these pressures will not be exacerbated every year. I am concerned that the budget is often directed in just keeping the system running without questioning whether or not the system we have is actually delivering effective services for our children and young people. And we're a year and a half on from the report of the Independent Review of Education, and I have yet to see any real appetite for some of the structural reform that is needed. I would add that the key areas of work that, as far as I can see, that need to be taken seriously by the Minister and Department would be really, there's three that I would want to highlight, and the first is that our school estate. We need a strategic look at our school estate, and we have too many schools, and the schools we have are often in the wrong places. This creates additional costs to maintain and deliver the system and to deliver an effective school transport system. So I would argue that we need a clear steps to be set out to establish the Independent Area Planning Commission to set out the long-term direction of travel to right-size our school estate so that we can deliver effectively and we can deliver prudent spend in education that meets the needs of our children and young people effectively. But rather than unquestioningly accepting that the school estate we have is the one we must work with, I think if we don't start to have those conversations, then we can't see the progress we need. And there is too much duplication in the system. Our schools compete with our further education colleges, and our schools then compete with each other, chasing pupil funding across sectors and across school types. So we desperately need an effective 14 to 19 strategy, and we need an ambition to reform the outdated practice of academic selection, which is needed to deliver a sustainable and fit-for-purpose education system that works collaboratively and not competitively. Because conversations are difficult, and these undoubtedly are difficult conversations, does not mean that we should not be having them, and I would hope to see that the Minister will show some leadership in that regard on what is left of this mandate and in this incoming financial year. And we need to finally be reducing bureaucracy, not adding to it. As far as I can tell, the most significant intervention that the Minister has outlined in terms of progressing the Independent Review of Education is setting up a managing authority for controlled schools. In the budgetary position that we find ourselves in here, I do not see how the argument or the case can be made for another arm's length body. We need to be moving towards a single managing authority and the delivery of the efficiencies that were promised by the establishment of the EA, but which have yet to be delivered. Leadership and ambition is needed if we are going to see change in education, and change is undoubtedly required. This budget creates massive challenges for our schools. It creates huge challenges and pressures on the effective delivery of a SEND delivery and transformation plan, and for investment in education more broadly. And it has been highlighted by many that the introduction, we hope, of multi-year budgets could be a key part of enabling some of that transformative planning to be brought forward. But that planning and those multi-year budgets need to be informed by a genuinely transformative agenda. We cannot just do more of the same, but with multi-year budgets. We need to have an ambition for something better. If we want to move beyond the cycle of cuts and last-minute rescue plans from monitoring rounds in education, then I believe the time is now to start the serious conversations around long-term structural reform of our system.
Thank you. Nick, had I known that you'd be speaking as chair, we would have made our arrangements, but we didn't know in advance, so it's just to put that on the record. I now call Connie Egan. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I intend to take this opportunity to put some short remarks on record regarding the Department of Justice's financial position through my role as the Alliance representative on the Justice Committee. This bill indicates a positive allocation for the Department of Justice, a department which has been historically underfunded by a significant degree across the last decade. In this last year's budget, the Department of Justice received the third largest non-ring-fenced resource departmental expenditure limit, alongside 100 million in capital spend. This reflects what I know to be the work that's ongoing in the department to ensure that the Finance Minister and his predecessor have an understanding that the Services Justice Fund, whether courts, prisons, police or support for victims and witnesses, are incredibly vital public services that deserve our attention alongside the likes of health and education. Aside from Justice's core budget, it is also welcome to see an additional £5 million of investment into creating safer communities, as driven by our shared goals within the programme for government, and an additional £23 million of funding for justice-related transformation. Those monies will go towards speeding up and transforming our criminal justice system so we can provide quicker resolutions for victims, and investing into electronic tagging to provide real-time monitoring of offenders. I know that all of this funding will contribute to the Justice Minister's plans to deliver effective services for victims, keep our streets safe and make access to justice easier, faster and more effective for everyone. Funding for the PSNI has been much discussed recently in this chamber, and the Minister's commitment to stabilising police is demonstrated through the fact that the PSNI currently receives approximately 65% of the Department's core budget, alongside the vast majority of the additional Safer Communities funding. It is to be welcomed that the PSNI recovery business case has been approved as value for money, and I know the Minister and her officials continue to engage with the Department of Finance and wider executive to ensure that funding needed to fulfil the ambitions of that plan is provided. However, this year's positive budget outcome does not change the fact that our justice system has been grossly underfunded for a number of years. While Stormont's block grant has increased by 66% in 14 years to 2025-26, DOJ's budget has grown by just over 25%. As a proportion of the total block grant, the justice budget is now smaller than it was in 2011, despite the growing demands being placed on our prisons, courts, police service and other parts of the justice system. For example, the complexity of modern cases, not least due to the mass and importance of digital evidence, can make those cases harder and longer to investigate and process through the courts. Our prison population has risen and many people arrive with complex or undiagnosed needs. Lack of capacity in health and social services mean the justice system is unfortunately becoming the place of last resort for people who should be being supported by other public services instead. The costs of legacy systems have never been properly reflected in our devolved funding model, and while critical to providing truth and justice for victims and survivors, undoubtedly on the capacity of the contemporary justice system. Those are just some of the examples of the extra demands, and we need to reverse its historic underfunding to fully address them. This year's budget is a welcome one, but must be the beginning to build something better on a sustained long-term basis. Before I wrap up, I want to say this. It is positive to see this budget and have a programme for government which states that the central role of government is to protect its citizens. But now we have to get on with the hard work of delivery. We need continuity and we need multi-year budgets to allow for planning. We need transformation so the public knows they can trust us to deliver for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Connie. I call Timothy Gostin.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Every time I open a budget bill, it always strikes me that even the most nationalist of MLAs in this House must appreciate our place within the United Kingdom and the financial advantages that brings. We all, myself included, since coming to this House, have made the case for a more appropriate financial settlement for Northern Ireland based on our unique circumstances. I welcome the appointment of Professor Hotham and look forward to what he has to say ahead of the spending review. But all that should not bind us or blind us to the reality of the eye-watering figure contained in Clause 1, Part 2 of this bill. £30,772,659,000 Every time a minister comes to this House and tells us that they have no money for frontline services, that is a figure which every MLA should bear in mind. What did the executive do with its £30,702,659,000? I fear once the maiden instalment stamp is applied, that's where the squander starts. We always have to bear in mind and think to ourselves, did or do we make the best use of that money? Well, my belief going by the budget before us today is that we certainly don't. This executive is set to continue on its course of squandering money on things the people of Northern Ireland see no benefit from. In recent days, I have already highlighted the fact that the money allocated on page 6, line 11, to the Lochs Agency is of questionable value. This is a body which could disappear in the morning and no one would notice, as its functions could be adequately performed by other existing agencies within the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. The truth, of course, is that this place is not interested in finding efficiencies when it comes to the sacred cows of cross-border bodies. No one in this chamber questions the fact that this budget, when cross-referenced with the estimates from last week, will see the Lochs Agency get £44,444,000. No one asks what better use could be made of £44 million than giving it to a body with a poor enforcement record, with almost no prosecutions and an excessive spend in PR and money for scientific work that could be done elsewhere. £44 million would fund between 176 and 220 GPs a year. 200 odd GPs are the Lochs Agency? Well, I know what I would rather the money was spent on. Now let's look at the Department of Health's allocation in this budget. Minister Nesbitt is constantly telling us of the challenging financial position that he faces. I certainly don't dispute that. But when I look at his budget, what do I find? In line 8 on page 20, I discover that our health budget includes money for the Safe Food Safety Promotion Board, an organisation based in County Cork, which doesn't employ a single person in Northern Ireland. And yet, one we fund out of the health budget, according to the estimates which we debated last week, to the tune of £2,117,000, enough to fund between 47 and 59 Band 5 nurses. Members, I could go on, but I will concentrate my next remarks on the Assembly Commission. On page 31 of this bill, this is a body which is getting funding of £62.6 million, according to the estimates, so MLAs can award themselves a pay rise, and while doing so, recruit a media monitoring service to type up the transcripts of anyone who dares be critical of this Assembly on the Nolan Show and other different shows. What would Northern Ireland do with £62.6 million if we didn't have an Assembly? Well, you could get over 2,000 full-time classroom assistants. Let's think of it. 90 MLAs and all that goes with us, or a couple of thousand classroom assistants. I know what parents would choose. I want to spend a short time, Principal Deputy Speaker, focusing on a few issues related to the Executive Office. As being a member of the TEO Committee, that's the department that I've been able to probe a little more into. I want to get the Finance Minister's view on how some of the money for ending violence against women and girls is currently being spent. This is the flagship policy of the TEO referenced in the Executive Office spend on page 29 and line 13. Yet, when we in the committee drill down into how that money is being spent, we find that a lot of it is simply being doled out to councils. Bodies which have a limited role at best in stopping violence against women and girls. The committee has asked for all councils for the criteria they have awarded the grant money under. For from the responses received to date, it's a bit of a scattergun approach, with no individual themes or criteria appears being set by the TEO. Sounds good that we're spending $2 million to tackle this issue, but surely a collective strategy is required to target problem areas and deliver better outcomes going forward. If we take a step back, surely this money would be better spent within the PSNI and perhaps directly within women's sector organisations like Women's Aid, instead of the current approach being taken by the Executive Office. This section of the bill also deals with the money required for redress for historical child abuse. I want to make 2 points about that, Principal Deputy Speaker, if I may. This House previously passed a bill dealing with historical institutional abuse. The committee will shortly begin looking at a bill dealing with mother and baby institutions and Magdalen laundries. It is in stark contrast to the approach of Scotland, which started with the child and looked at how common child abuse was. From there, they sought to address the problem. In Northern Ireland, we are again looking at the buildings in which the abuse happened rather than the child who suffered the abuse. As one expert in this area told me, why should a child who suffered abuse in an institution get redress while the child who suffered abuse in a foster home be excluded? Principal Deputy Speaker, abuse is abuse. The second concern I have about the upcoming bill is that it cannot make the same mistake as the Historical Institutional Abuse Bill, which again, unlike the legislation in Scotland, failed to build into any provision for institutions to be required to contribute towards compensating victims for the abuse suffered while in their care. We have a farcical situation at the moment where we have a mediator acting for the Executive Office who apparently has the job of sometimes asking the institutions nicely if they would mind terribly contributing something to the scheme.
Timothy, this is a very sensitive issue. I would just invite you to go back to the process of the budget bill, please. Thank you.
Very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And just to draw that section of my remarks to a close, across the order we have the same religious institutions that are required by statute to contribute towards compensating victims. And to date in Northern Ireland we don't have that, and that's something which needs to change, and I'm very passionate about that. So I would like to ask the Finance Minister for your assurance that, being the guardian of public money, you will ensure that legislation being brought forward will have that requirement built in. I want to briefly touch on communities in transition funding, which is contained in line 32 and 33 on page 38 of the bill. We are now beginning funding phase 3, and we are still funding the same areas as we did in phase 1, which were identified and data collected in 2016. We are told new areas have been identified, but will only be supported if additional money becomes available. One must ask themselves, when do communities in transition become transitioned? That is a question none of the TEO officials have been able to answer to date. Next topic I want to touch upon is on page 28 and line 38 of the bill, where it is referenced to actions associated with refugee and asylum seeker support and immigration. During the debate and the estimates last week, I highlighted the fact that there were a number of schemes within the scope of the Executive Office relying on sole authority of the Budget Act. 4 of the 10 schemes listed across the entire sector relate to issues associated with migration. They are the full dispersal asylum seeker schemes costing £750,000, the Homes for Ukraine scheme costing £1,965,000, Strategic Migration Partnership Asylum costing £37,000, and the Northern Ireland Refugee Resettlement Scheme costing £200,000, and the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme and Afghan Relocation Assistance Policy costing £1,750,000. Taken together, those schemes come to a grand total of almost £5.5 million. The Minister's own guidance says that the authority of the Budget Act should be relied only in certain limited circumstances, and normally for expenditure no more than 1.5 million. Yet here we are today approving a budget which contains more than 3.5 times that figure, explicitly marked for issues related to immigration. Quite apart from all the hidden costs, there is no legislation in place for it. Why is this place, and specifically our First Minister and Deputy First Minister, so anxious to avoid debate on these serious issues caused by immigration? Stormont needs to face the reality that while immigration policy is not devolved, the task of dealing with it falls largely to the Executive Office.
Could you go, Mr. Gosson, could you please get back to the budget debate? We're not having a debate on immigration.
We're not, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
No, I know that's your point, but
it's an issue that's contained.
No,
and
I
have
appreciate
referenced
that.
Excuse
me. Thank you, Timothy. I'm asking you. I love your references and your page numbers and your line numbers, but I'm asking you to get back to the budget debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, for acknowledging the work I have put in to ensuring I am within the budget bill and the debate that we have. So just bringing them remarks to a close, one must ask themselves, with all this money that is being spent, is this money well spent? Is it delivering? If you look at the actions that have happened in Ballymena over the weekend, I believe this is a problem, and the money we are pouring in to these strategies simply aren't delivering. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll move on to the next point that I have and bringing my remarks to a close. I want to raise some observations about the efficiency, or rather lack of efficiency, within the Executive Office. Last week I commented on the fact that the TO has spent over $126,000 on foreign travel, including flying a civil servant out to brief the First Minister when she was on holiday instead of using video call. I will conclude with some observations about the expenditure of the head of the civil service, something addressed on page 27 and line 24 of the budget. We have a head of the civil service who sails around the US in a private car, and the Deputy First Minister uses another vehicle, while lowly ministers such as Minister Nesbitt and Minister Lyons get by on using public transport. Last week, the newsletter revealed that the head of the civil service's budget has increased from £487,891 in the year before Mrs Brady took up post in 2021, and it now stands at a staggering £848,586 in the last financial year. This is a budget which has within it too much wasted on vanity, duplication and unaccountable bodies. Too little spent on things that matter, and at the centre of it all, this Assembly absorbs millions, while too many working families struggle to access basic services. I began by pointing out that this figure of 30 billion contained within the budget. Now consider this. If the public ever asks, where did our 30 billion go, what will you say as an MLA or minister within this House? Because they won't find the answer in a hospital ward or in a classroom. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Timothy. I could now call Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, another year, another austerity budget that fails to deliver the public services people need and deserve in front of us. People are sick to the back teeth of hearing this executive talk about doing the best we can with what's handed down from Westminster. It's true that some things should be done differently. Not every problem in health and social care, justice or education can be solved by more money alone. But injecting a bit of cash into pilot projects here and there without reversing the effects of over a decade of underinvestment of core services is just fiddling while Rome burns. Every executive party, Deputy Speaker, agrees that this budget doesn't provide enough money to meet people's basic needs. The obvious question is why are executive parties hell-bent on playing by the twisted rules set by Westminster. and ramming the budget through is over a decade of declining living standards and disposable income, stagnant wages, rising homelessness and health inequalities, not proof the way we fund and deliver public services isn't working. It doesn't matter, Deputy Speaker, whether it's a Tory or a Labour government. Westminster is clearly only capable of financial cruelty. And it should be a sort of shame for this executive that with each budget, health and social care workers are left wondering whether they'll be granted pay parity with NHS workers in Britain. So the Health Minister is right to prioritise pay with his department's budget, but fair pay shouldn't be funded by extremely difficult and painful cuts elsewhere in the system, or by stealth privatisation under the guise of tackling waiting lists, which will put more pressure on health workers when they are actually in work. Executive parties say they value strong and resilient public services, but time and time again their actions prove otherwise. This budget will have real and serious consequences. Cutting social security means more families trapped in an endless cycle of poverty and destitution without access to well-paid, stable work. Poverty levels are shooting up the most acutely in my own constituency of West Belfast. Cutting funding for youth clubs delivering early intervention and prevention programmes like Clonard Youth Club means more people on the streets at risk of falling prey to paramilitaries, interface rioting, sectarianism or worse. One of the few concrete targets in the programme for government was the construction of just under 6,000 social homes by the end of the mandate. That's 2,000 homes per year. But with this budget, less than half of that target will be met. All the while, private landlords hike rents, evict tenants at will, and spending on temporary accommodation skyrockets. In all but one council area, at least 1 of 5 children are growing up in poverty. In West Belfast, it's 1 in every 3 children. But a small minority, Deputy Speaker, are thriving under austerity. Super rich and wealthy corporations across the north are raking in profit like never before. This year, the 100 wealthiest companies in the north made pre-tax profits of $2.5 billion, an increase of 26% in last year, and the Finance Minister generally supports and applauds this economic approach. Some of those hugely profitable companies pollute our waterways, mistreat workers and abuse animals. This executive rewards them with rates relief to the tune of £70 million per year. Last week, Deputy Speaker, it was revealed that nearly 30 employers here, including wealthy hospitality businesses and property management companies, failed to pay the minimum wage to 1,650 workers. InvestNI has handed £19 million of public money to 4 companies in the north which are manufacturing parts for F-35 fighter jets, the same warplanes dropping bombs on the people of Gaza. Enabling the rich to get richer while the poor are bled dry is a conscious political choice, and it doesn't have to be this way. There's plenty of wealth in our society, wealth that should be properly taxed and used to fund public services and protect the poorest. But this budget is business as usual, Deputy Speaker, and therefore I will not be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is the Minister of Finance, Mr John O'Dowd, to conclude and wind up on the debate.
And I welcome the contributions from the chairs and deputy chairs and other spokespersons in relation to this budget number 2 bill. As I've said before, it's very useful to me as Finance Minister to hear the views of respective committees and members on the important financial and economic issues that face us as an administration. I have noted a number of the issues colleagues have made today, and I'll endeavour to get through as many as possible. In relation to Mr O'Toole, I welcome the fact that there's a strong working relationship between the committee and the department, despite the odd blip and issues that have arose of late. I hope that relationship continues. In regards, and a number of members mentioned the comprehensive spending review, which will be announced in Westminster on Wednesday. It's my intention to make a statement to the Assembly on Monday in that regard, though it has to be said a lot of the detail, if not all of the detail, will become clear during the Chancellor's statement to the Assembly or to the Westminster on Wednesday, but I will be here on Monday to present my understanding of the position and take questions from colleagues. It will be also my intention to publish the Halton report on Monday as well, so that will be in the public domain as well. In regards to 5-year plans, it is continuing to work for those for finalisation in the autumn, in tandem with working towards the budget and the publication of a budget for a 3-year budget in the autumn or late winter, moving out into consultation for the ratification process of the budget in its normal time frame. in terms of the next move, then we move into further discussions with the Treasury around the fiscal framework, and all of that will become clear as part of the comprehensive spending review statement to the Assembly next Monday. As Leader of the Opposition, Mr O'Toole was questioning the targets, the match between the programme for government and the budget. He used a figure of 321 million. I would argue that departments across their streams, and yes, there will have to be a realignment as we move forward, particularly within the 3-year budgets, but a lot of the work that already goes on within departments can and does align with the programme for government. He has chosen a figure out of that. I would argue that the figure is closer to 425 million. He's got his sums a wee bit askew. He says we're 0.2 or 2% of the 27 billion funding towards the executive programme for government. He would be acutely aware that the executive controls around 16 billion of that. The other 11 million is annually managed expenditure and is set in relation to issues such as benefits and others around all those matters. So he'll be acutely aware of that, but I suppose imaginative figures is all part of the debate as we move forward. But the reality still remains that the executive has made steps forward in relation to tackling issues such as the waiting list, £215 million to cut waiting lists and improve elective care, £50 million towards childcare, £15 million towards skills, £5 million towards Loughney, and a range of other issues where the executive has stepped forward and has started to shape the programme for government in relation to the priorities of the people we serve. And of course, people should challenge us and challenge me as Finance Minister and the Communities Minister around the social housing issue. The year is not yet over. The Communities Minister is bringing a plan to the Executive. I look forward to hearing that plan as to how we move forward to fulfilling the targets for this year and moving forward. Mr O'Toole claims there's no plan in relation to NI Water. I beg to disagree. On how we deal with our wastewater infrastructure and how we deal with all those matters that are quite challenging. The SUDS legislation, I believe, will be before the Chamber in the near future. There is currently a consultation out to the public in relation to developer charges. That consultation closes on the 27th of June. The Executive is continuing a rolling investment into NI Water, both at the start of the budgetary year and through the years, through monitoring rounds. And as part of the transformation projects, £15 million was awarded to the Department of Infrastructure in relation to urban drainage to fund a pilot project for transforming the way in which rainwater is managed in our towns and cities, because we're sending millions, if not billions, of cubic litres of water to wastewater treatment works we don't need to be sending to them. So if we can manage that in a different way, then let's manage it in a different way. So there is a plan, and you may not agree with that plan, but as I often say in the Chamber, if you don't like that plan, produce your own and let the public judge that moving forward. Colin Gildennew, as Chair of Communities, referred to the ongoing welfare cuts and the plans by the current Labour administration to implement further welfare cuts. And those will have a significant impact on all of our communities. And I would hope that as part of the change of mind in relation to winter fuel payments, that the current government would also have a change of mind in relation to the welfare cuts and reverse that policy as well. Deanne Forsyth, I will, yes.
Minister, again, apologies for not being in here earlier, but I know we were just talking about the Department of Communities there. One of the key issues, and I think we alluded to in one of the debates last week, was about the reclassification of the Housing Executive and the ability to do that, and whether that was right. Could the Minister either indicate if he's had any insight into whether that will be allowed, or indeed could that be part of his statement next Monday?
I think in fairness I'll refer to that next Monday as part of my statement and give the details of my engagement with the Treasury in that regard. Deanne Forsyth referred to the need for improved funding package, which everybody in the Chamber can agree, but maybe from Mr Gaston. A number of members also raised the importance of a 3-year budget. As I've said, I think it's a game changer. We are going to still have a very restricted budget, but I think the ability to plan for a 3-year budget will allow services not only to be delivered in a more effective, efficient way, but also to allow for transformation moving forward. And Ms Forsyth also referred to the procurement policy, new procurement policy, which has been published, which I think is a strategic step forward, and it may not be the most attractive of documents in terms of public debate and discourse, but it is an important policy which will, I hope, have a more efficient and effective way of procuring goods and services for our public services as well. A number of people also touched on the issue of the taxation on family farms. Again, it's another matter which I would hope that the current government will have a change of heart on in relation to how they plan to impose inheritance tax on family farms. Owen Tannison referred to the absence of the opposition. During his contribution, apparently the opposition were absent. During that, I have to say I never noticed, but apparently they were. Yes?
Minister, I appreciate the Minister giving me because it allows me to point out that Mr Tennyson, who was quick enough to point out me being outside the chamber for about 5 minutes to meet some schools from my constituency, is not here now. So, what's good for the goose? Anyway, I appreciate the Minister giving way for me to clarify that point.
But I don't want to follow you down the gutter, but I have to. But there are 4 of his colleagues here. So Mr Tennyson also referred to he's looking forward to an announcement in relation to the remaining £109 million in relation to Public Transformation Board. I hope to be in a position late summer to make further announcements than that. The Executive has now agreed the terms of reference and the appointment of new board members. I await sign off on that from the Secretary of State, and I believe once that is achieved, then the board can get down to seeking further bids from departments in regards to the Transformation Fund, which I think has been a remarkably successful project. Robbie Butler set out the challenges facing the Department of Agriculture and how the committee is working along with the Minister and engaging, and also the challenge function, which is quite proper again referred to the farm inheritance tax. Philip McGuigan pointed out the trajectory of the health spend, currently at 8.4 billion, has risen considerably over this last number of years. As I've said before, I will work with all ministers, including the Health Minister, in relation to the challenges they face, but we can't continue on the journey we're on in relation to health funding. It simply is going to consume the entirety of the entire executive budget, and that is simply undoable. So, as I said, I will work with all ministers, including the Health Minister, in regards to the challenges that are faced in the health budget, but also what actions are required to bring that spend under control. Justice, again, and a number of people mentioned the PSNI and the challenges facing the PSNI, and indeed the entire Justice Department, whether it's overcrowded prisons, the crumbling estate, the delay in justice. All those things I'm acutely aware of. I will work with the Justice Minister and indeed the PSNI in relation to the Workforce Recovery Plan. I think the argument has been made in relation to recruitment in those regards, but the PSNI also have to work with us in that regard. And every time I sit down to look at the funding for PSNI, I can't get past the £100 million we're going to have to hand out in relation to the data leak. So I would encourage all organisations not to be making our jobs any harder than they already are. Paula Bradshaw referred to the reverse role of the TEO and the Beijing office. It's not my role to set policy or direction for any of the departments, whether it's their offices in Beijing or Belfast. But committees will have to continue their challenge and support function in regards to those. It does strike me as an observer, I have to say, though, having a presence in the second largest economy, if not going to be the largest economy in the world, is a sensible thing to do. Gemma Dolan called on the government to make the right choices, and I would support her on that. Steve Aiken, again, I've touched on the issues of CSR and winter fuel allowance, etc., etc. Mick Matheson referred to, we need to have ambition for something better. I can assure him I do, and I can assure him as part of the budgetary process, as we move into a 3-year budgetary process, that I want to see that budgetary process as not simply a 1/3 multiplication. I want to see it as a transformation process where we do deliver better services and we do support our public sector workers moving forward. Timothy Gaston thinks we have enough, 30 billion. As I said, around 16 billion of that is under direct control of the executive. I'll have to congratulate him for working for free, because apparently he is totally opposed to the Assembly Commission's budget. So congratulations to you and all your office workers who work for free. I think that's a credit to you. You deserve admiration for that. So you do. So well done on that one. But he will realise that to run this place, that you do have to pay us, pay all the people who work in it, and pay the people who work with us to deliver the services. And you're quite right in your challenge around, as all members are, and there was a common theme throughout the discussion, a challenge to ministers and departments to be running an effective, efficient service. You're quite right to do that. But to suggest no money is being spent on health is incorrect. Well, you said when people ask you as an MLA, what is my budget being spent on? You said there's none being spent in hospital wards. There's 8.4 billion being spent in the health service. There's over 3 billion being spent in education. Just under 3 billion or thereabouts in relation to justice. So it does tally up, but can we do an effective, efficient service? We have to make sure we do. But we also have to remember this, despite our obvious political differences in terms of the constitutional question, I don't wake up every morning and praise the Lord that the British government is responsible for our well-being and our affairs. You're not be surprised to hear that. So you're not. But the reality is that I suspect that we are going to continue to live under a British government that is going to continue to underfund our public services for a variety of reasons, including the fact that their economy is not going to grow, or forecast to grow significantly over this next number of years. Whereas you look next door to where our next neighbouring jurisdiction, look how their economy is growing. Look at it in terms of the surplus they currently have in that. So I think, in fairness, the people who live on this island can manage this island much better than those who live on our neighbouring island can manage it. So we may disagree on that point, but I do believe that if we are serious about a significant improvement in the well-being and investment in our public services, then the constitutional question has to remain front and centre. Jerry told us all off, all the executive parties off, but unfortunately, Jerry, you didn't give us an alternative. You know, some of the things you say I actually agree with in terms of economic policies, taxation policies and other matters. But the reality is of the day-to-day support that we have to deliver to public workers and public servants, we are responsible for it. And I stand by the budget that we have delivered here today. It was actually a week ago, we're now in implementation of the budget. It's far from perfect, but what we are doing is we're using our resources as best we can to support public sector workers and public services while we continue to demand better from the Westminster government. Go ahead.
Minister, I wonder how you can stand by the budget when poverty levels are increasing, including the highest level in West Belfast. How do you defend the budget in that context?
Because, Jerry, in the absence of the executive, things were actually worse. In the executive and the Assembly. And last year, my predecessor, Kiva Archibald, secured an additional almost £600 million for public services. And this is a challenge for Mr Gaston as well. If the executive and the Assembly wasn't here, that £600 million wouldn't be available. And when you hear the announcement from the Chancellor on Wednesday and my statement on Monday, you will also see what the benefits of having an Assembly and an executive are here. That we secure improvements for public services. I'm not suggesting they're perfect, they're far from it. I'm not defending the British government's economic policy. I'm totally opposed to it. But I do believe this Assembly and this Executive makes a difference. Go ahead.
Do not agree with me that any positive changes from the British government will be more down to the Labour government looking over their shoulders at the Reform Party, and also feeling the pressure in red wall areas and others in England where they've faced opposition to their economic policy rather than what executive ministers did or didn't say.
Lads, sorry, Minister, this is all very entertaining, but and you've given way to Mr. Carroll twice now, and I appreciate that, but can we get back to the budget? Thank you.
Look, the challenges facing the current Labour government in England, Wales, Scotland and elsewhere are clear for everybody to see. But I will stand by my record, and I think the Executive can stand by its record in terms of how we have engaged with this government and how we have secured extra funding for this place, and we will continue to do so. And on that I will draw my remarks to a close.
Appreciate that, Minister, thank you. So the question is that the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Aye. Okay, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a... Pardon? Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. During his responses to the supplementary questions following the urgent oral question earlier today, the Health Minister stated that he has shared the support and intervention framework with the Health Committee members. I have not received it, and I've checked with the committee clerk, who has told me that the committee has not received it. Should the Minister come down and correct the record?
Yes, he should, and it would have been preferable that the Minister made a statement in this House and people having to hear either through the media or second hand. But certainly I will refer your points of order to the Speaker's office for further information. Okay, Danny? Thank you. So that concludes the second stage of the Budget Number 2 bill. As the consideration stage of the bill is scheduled for tomorrow, I would like to remind members that amendments may be submitted to the bill office for up to 1 hour from now. Okay, members? The next item of business is a motion to suspend Standing Order 39, brackets 2, in respect of the Budget Number 2 bill. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That Standing Order 39.2 be suspended in respect of the passage of the Budget Number 2 bill.
I call on the Minister of Finance to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you, Minister. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee hasn't allocated any time limits on this debate, and I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate. Minister.
I call and seeking permission from the House to suspend standing orders in regards to this matter, just given the time in relation to the need to move legislation forward. It's not an exceptional circumstances. We have to do this every year in relation to the budget bill, and I request that the House supports the suspension.
No other speakers have indicated. Okay, so before we proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-committee support. So the question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-committee support has been demonstrated. The motion therefore is agreed. Members, want to take your ease for a wee minute? Thank you. Okay, members. Consideration stage of the agricultural. This is the consideration stage of the agriculture bill. I call on the Minister for Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, Mr. Andrew Moore, to move the bill.
I move that consideration stage of the agriculture bill be now taken.
Thank you, Minister. As no amendments have been tabled to the bill, the question on stand part will be put on each clause, followed by the long title. So the question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 2, but a member has indicated to wish to speak to the clause and stand part, so therefore I call Patsy McGlone.
I welcome the opportunity to speak in support of the Agriculture Bill, and I clearly support the intentions of the bill. It marks a long overdue step towards a bespoke agricultural policy for Northern Ireland, one that reflects our scale, our land, our climate and our way of farming. The emphasis on food security, environmental sustainability, innovation and market resilience is timely and necessary. We've already seen how vulnerable food supply chains can be, whether due to Brexit, the war in Ukraine, climate shocks or labour shortages. This can be a problem. This bill, in theory, gives the Department the tools to act and to support farming in a more forward-looking way. However, if we're talking about a system tailored to Northern Ireland's needs, then in supporting Clause 2, the stand part of the bill, I would say, subject to one sector that deserves some more attention and support, and I would call upon the Minister to reflect on methods and ways of consideration of support for the mushroom sector. I
call the Minister to respond to, hold on, let me get this right. Clause 2. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Clause 2 of the bill provides the power for the Department to modify the assimilated law governing fruit and vegetable aid. Members will be aware that this legislation has not kept pace with changes elsewhere, including in the EU, changes that seek to support productivity while also contributing to protecting and enhancing our environment and tackling climate change. These powers will therefore allow for improvements to the scheme in future, including to align with developments elsewhere if deemed appropriate. During its scrutiny, the committee raised concerns that, by virtue of Clause 5, such modification could include repeal and revocation. These powers would provide for repeal of primary legislation and revocation of secondary legislation in whole. These powers provide for the omission of parts of existing legislation necessary, for example, to remove redundant, unworkable or simply unhelpful provisions. Some may wonder as to taking such powers in advance of completion of policy reviews, wherever await an outcome of reviews or other matters which call for changes to policy, and then having to seek these powers would simply delay the point at which policy changes can be made. Importantly, by virtue of Clause 4, the use of these powers will be subject to Assembly approval, which is an appropriate control. Finally, this clause also includes enabling power to make regulations regarding the review of departmental decisions relating to fruit and veg aid, which is needed as a consequence of amendments to the CMO. Members are asked to support this clause. In response to your concerns in terms of the mushroom industry, and I think it's important I address that, and I'm very aware of how they were articulated during the passage of this bill as the committee stage with the committee and the scrutiny that they undertook. I'm acutely aware of the challenges the mushroom industry faces, and most especially arising from the labour force challenges arising from the UK's government's decision in relation to migration as a consequence of us leaving the EU. I was able to welcome the Northern Ireland Office Minister down to one of the suppliers down near Mayo Bridge recently, and we were able to articulate to her the concerns that are existing. I wrote to Fleur Anderson, the Northern Ireland Office, on the back of that, outlining my concerns in relation to migration rules and the need for further UK government support in terms of automation, because that is an expensive technology, but it will be an important intervention around that. I'm still awaiting a reply to that correspondence, and I will continue to engage with the UK government in relation to the labour force challenges facing the mushroom industry. I'd also like to provide a reassurance that I'm conscious of the need for continued support for the mushroom industry, and that myself and my department will be continue to engage with them to ensure that we are able to meet that wherever we can in the scheme of new policy formation.
Thank you for that. So the question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. The ayes have it. Contrary if any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Question is that Clause 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Agriculture Bill, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Point of order, Minister.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I understand Mr Donnelly made a point of order earlier to the effect that the document, the support document I mentioned during the urgent oral question, had not been received by members of the Health Committee. I understand there was some sort of administrative error in processing that, but I confirm to the House that the Clerk of the Committee for Health is now in possession of that document.
I appreciate that, Minister, and maybe you heard my point of order or my response as well. So it's just to say to you, because you're here, rather than hearing it in the media, I also said it would be helpful at some stage we could have an oral statement for the Minister of Health regarding this matter. Anyway, item 6 is on the order of papers, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.